Imagine a world where ancient knowledge and the secrets of the universe are within your ear's reach, where words become keys that open doors to unknown dimensions and reveal hidden truths from time immemorial. Welcome to The Golden Book of Saint-Germain, a mystical and transformative journey narrated with a voice that will envelop you in an aura of wisdom and mystery. In this audiobook, you will be guided by the teachings of the enigmatic ascended master Saint-Germain, whose words resonate with the power of spiritual alchemy and the awakening of consciousness. Through its pages, you will discover the universal laws that govern existence, learn to channel cosmic energies, and harness the power of the mind to manifest your deepest desires. Let your imagination soar as you immerse yourself in a narrative rich with symbolism and full of revelations. Each chapter is a golden gem of wisdom, a flash of light that illuminates your path towards enlightenment and self-mastery. Listening to The Golden Book of Saint-Germain is to open yourself to a transformative experience that transcends time and space, inviting you to discover the true power that resides within you. Prepare to embark on this spiritual odyssey, where the voice of Saint-Germain will guide you towards personal realization and a profound understanding of the universe. The journey begins now, and the doors of golden knowledge are open for you. Enter a realm of mystery and magic with the audiobook of The Golden Book of Saint-Germain. Within the pages of this ancient tome lie ancestral secrets that defy imagination and awaken the deepest curiosity. The narrator's voice will lead you through hidden pathways and illuminated trails as you uncover the enchanted tales of Saint-Germain, the mysterious alchemical master whose powers transcend time and space. From the royal courts of Europe to the darkest corners of history, this book unravels the mysteries of esoteric knowledge and the eternal quest for immortality. Prepare to immerse yourself in an epic odyssey where the boundaries between the real and the fantastical blur, and where ancient wisdom and modern magic intertwine in a tapestry of intrigue and wonder. Open the doors to the unknown and let The Golden Book of Saint-Germain take you on an unparalleled journey into the extraordinary. Here is The Golden Book by Saint-Germain. This is the sacred teaching that Master Saint-Germain has elaborated for this golden age, constituting the third cycle of teaching of the Saint-Germain Brotherhood, after which the disciple acquires a complete knowledge of their I Am presence. The more you study and meditate on the content of this book, the more you will be protected and elevated. However, it is also noted that the beloved Master does not waver and does not use any subterfuge to warn you against the dangers and punishments that you attract if you focus on laws, steps, or inner vibrations other than those he teaches here. These are divine regulations. Compliance with these regulations depends on you. Chapter 1. Life in all its activities, wherever it manifests, is God in action. It is due to lack of knowledge in how to apply thought and feeling that humans constantly interrupt the pathway to the essence of life. Without this reason, life would naturally express its perfection everywhere. Life's natural tendency is love, peace, beauty, harmony, and opulence. No matter who uses it, life continually emerges to manifest more and more of its perfection, always with that inherent vitalizing momentum which is the I Am. That even the most sincere students do not always grasp the true meaning of these words is strange. When you say I am feelingly, you open the source of eternal life to flow unhindered along its course. In other words, you widely open the door to its natural stream. When you say I am not, you shut the door to the magna energy. I am is the complete activity of God. I have confronted you many times with the truth of God in action. I want you to understand that the first expression of any individualized being, whether by thought, feeling, or word, is I am, thereby acknowledging its own victorious divinity. The student, in trying to understand and apply these powerful yet simple laws, must exercise strict watchfulness over their thoughts and words. Every time one thinks or says, I am not, I cannot, I do not have, one tangibly hinders the inner presence, whether consciously or unconsciously. Compared to an external form, thought may release its hold at any moment, whereas when one declares not to be able to, or not to have, one sets in motion an unlimited energy that continues to act until stopped and transmuted into action. This reveals the enormous power you have to qualify, determine, or order how you want the divine energy to act. I tell you, dear student, dynamite is less dangerous than a charge of ignorant thoughts hurled without control or governance, forever binding you to the wheel of reincarnations. This shows the importance of knowing what you are doing when you thoughtlessly use incorrect expressions, for you are employing the most powerful and divine principle of activity in the universe, namely, I am. Do not misunderstand. This is not an Eastern, foreign, vain, light, or exaggerated expression or idea. It is simply the highest principle of life, used and expressed through all civilizations that have ever existed. Remember that the first thing any self-aware form of life expresses is, I am. It is much more than I exist. After its contact with the external and activities wrongly qualified, it begins to accept inferior things than I am. Now, dear disciple, you see that when you say, I am sick, you go against the natural perfection enclosed in the vital process. You baptize something that never belonged to it. Through long centuries of ignorance and misunderstanding, humanity has charged the atmosphere around it with falsehood and unreality. I do not need to repeat to you that when you announce, I am sick, it is a blatant lie compared to divinity, which can only be perfect, full of life and health. I ask you, dear student, in the name of God, to cease using these false expressions concerning your divinity, for it is impossible for you to be free if you continue to use them. I cannot emphasize enough that when you truly recognize and accept the great presence of the God I am within you, you will have no adverse conditions. In the name of God, I beg you, every time you begin to say or comment that you are sick, poor, or in other adverse situations, instantly change this fatal condition for your progress and declare mentally, with all the intensity of your I am, for it is all health, opulence, happiness, peace, and perfection. Cease giving power to external conditions, people, places, and things. I am is the power to recognize perfection in everyone and everywhere. When you think of the expression I am, it means you already know that you have God in action expressing your life. Do not let false assessments and expressions continue to govern and limit you. Constantly remember, I am therefore God in action. I am life, opulence, manifested truth. By recalling this invincible presence, you keep the door open for the I am presence to leave in your outer manifestation all its perfection. By God, do not believe that you can continue to use closed decrees and that somehow things will straighten up and manifest good, for it is impossible. Just as in cattle branding iron is used to mark them with fire, I wish I could brand you with an iron that attaches you to the consciousness I am, and that you cannot stray from the constant use of this great and glorious presence that you are. Whenever a condition less than perfect appears in your experience, vehemently declare that it is not true, and that you only accept God's perfection in your life. Every time you accept false appearances, you have expressed and manifested them in your life and experiences. It is not a matter of believing or not in what I am telling you. It is a law proven through eons of experience. Today we deliver it to you to set you free. You know that the Western world likes to delude itself into thinking that merely believing or not accepting the ancient Eastern idea of witchcraft is enough to be free from it. Witchcraft is nothing but the misuse of spiritual powers, the same ones we use for good. The worst form of witchcraft is employed today by politics with misused mental power. If this enormous force were used in the opposite direction, namely to remember that the action of God is in every person occupying an official position, one who uses it in this way would not only liberate themselves, but would fill the political world with freedom and justice. We would soon live in a natural world where the action of God would predominate at all times, as it was in Egypt and is today. Those who misuse mental power are themselves in disharmony incarnation after incarnation. Promise yourself not to accept or adopt the conditions of the environment or anything around you, only from God, from good, from your I am. You need to acquire the habit of governing your energy. Sit down several times a day and calm yourself. Your outer being is there. It provides you with energy. Learn to command and control it. If you want it to be calm, remain calm. If you need it, be active. You must face things and rise above them. The student must be attentive to recognize their habits within themselves. They should not wait for someone to tell them. They must examine themselves and cut away anything that is not perfect. The way to do this is to declare that they do not have such and such undesirable habit. Then, being a creation of God, I am a perfect child of God. This brings a liberation that is not otherwise possible to attain. Remaining in old habits is like wearing old clothes. Do not wait for someone to remind you. No one can do it for you. You must do it yourself in this work, in this teaching, and in this writing. All the old things in the individual emerge to be consumed before you complain about everything you experience in yourself and in your world. Remember that they come for you to remove them, to transmute them. Be careful not to fix your attention on those things you want to get rid of. It is ridiculous to remember things that did not work. Isn't it wonderful that after centuries of building limitations, you can quickly clean them up and free yourself through your attention and efforts? It's not worth it. The fastest way to achieve this is to use an idiom. The light and playful sensation that humor brings allows wonderful manifestations if you engage in it and invoke the law of forgiveness. You can consume all the bad creations of the past with the transmuting violet flame and be free. You must be aware that the violet flame is the active presence of God acting. When you feel the desire to do something constructive, do it with determination and accomplish it, even if the world collapses around you. Whether you see the manifestation or not, it should not worry you. Even if students only know things intellectually, they must not allow their minds to revert to bad or erroneous conditions, for they know that this activity compromises their success. It is incredible that people do not master this enemy. No student can succeed as long as they continue to return to negative conditions they are trying to overcome. The entire work of a teacher is to try to make the student understand what it means to accept what the individual is mentally in agreement with, what is accepted by themselves. If they focus their attention on something, they will become one with that thing, identifying with what is bad or good. When the mind accepts or agrees with something or a condition, the individual decrees it into their being. Everything you listen to or meditate upon attentively, you accept. You align with it by identifying with it. Do you think a man seeing a coiled rattlesnake deliberately walks towards it to get bitten? Of course not, yet that is what students do when they allow their attention to return to problems. Inner activity governs according to the plan of perfection. The outer, when left to itself, governs incorrectly. When a constructive image lights up in your mind, it becomes a reality and always manifests as long as you keep it in memory. It is possible to become so aware of the presence of God that at any moment you can see and feel His radiation pouring into you. For everything he does not want, the student demonstrates total confidence in the external world. For everything he desires, he must compel himself to have the same trust in the spiritual. He must always have confidence in himself and ask himself, how can I use the instructions that have been given to me to identify this activity? Chapter 2. When Jesus said, I am the resurrection and the life, he made one of the greatest statements that can be made. When he said, I am, he was not referring to an external expression, but to the Magna Master presence of the inner God. Because he said repeatedly, I of myself can do nothing, it is the Father, our I am, who accomplishes the works. Jesus also said, I am the way, the truth, and the life, thus recognizing the only power God in action within him. He also said, I am the light that illuminates every man coming into the world, announcing each word of vital importance with the words, I am. One of the most powerful ways to release the power of God's love, wisdom, and truth, and to put it into action in outer experience, is this declaration, I am in everything and in everything you desire. Now let us refer to the most powerful declaration of all, perhaps one of the greatest ever made in outer experience, by the phrase, I am the open door which no man can shut. Do you not see how vital this is? When you fully understand these great affirmations, you will understand the greatness of their scope. When you fully recognize and accept the I Am as the magna presence of God in you, in action, you will have taken one of the greatest steps toward liberation. Now pay close attention to this affirmation. I am the open door which no man can shut. If you could realize it, you would have the key to pass through the veil of the flesh, and carrying with you all imperfect consciousness you had accumulated, you could transmute or raise it to that perfection into which you have entered. I could never overestimate the importance of meditating on the I Am as much as possible, as the active magna presence of God in you, in your home, in your world, and in your affairs. Every breath is God in action in you. The power to express your thoughts and feelings is God active in you. Since you have free will, it is up to you to qualify the energy you project in thought and feeling, determining how you want them to act for you. No one can ask, how can I qualify the energy? Everyone knows the difference between what is destructive and what is constructive in thought, feeling, and action. The student, in receiving this teaching, must constantly analyze the motive that drives them, determine if there is a feeling of intellectual pride, arrogance, or stubbornness in their outer mind and body. If there is a latent desire to debate or prove that the teaching is wrong, instead of receiving the blessing and truth, the individual has unconsciously closed the door and temporarily cancelled their ability to receive the good offered. I also want to remind the disciples, despite their personal opinions on what must be or not be the truth, I have experienced these condensed teachings over many centuries, teachings that we are now transmitting to you. If one wants to receive the greatest benefit possible and obtain the understanding that leads to total liberation, one must listen with a completely open mind, with the awareness that the I Am, the active presence of God in you, is your sure capacity to receive, accept, and apply its limits. The teaching that is given to you, accompanied by the radiation, will enable all students to understand these simple yet majestic affirmations of truth, which will greatly bless and liberate them. Why? Because there is only one intelligence, one presence, one power that can act, and that presence is God in you. When you turn outward and believe in the power of appearances, you serve a false and usurping master, seeing only an appearance, for he misuses the energy of God that you have the ability to lift. The life that flows through the nervous system of your body is God in action. Dear students, try to use this simple form to remind yourself that God is in action in you. When you walk down the street, think for a moment, this is divine intelligence and power that makes me move, and it is this intelligence that tells me where to go. You will see that it is no longer possible for you to continue without understanding that every movement you make is God in action. Every thought in your mind is a divine energy that allows you to think, knowing it is an undeniable fact. Since there is no possible discussion, why not adore and give full trust, faith, and acceptance to this great presence of God in each one, rather than looking at the external expression which is qualified and colored by human concept of things. Every external form is only a part of life through which each individual can come to know the true origin of their being, then return to the fullness of the original perfection sustained by the self-awareness they have acquired. The outward expression of life is but a constant and changing tableau that the outer mind has created by pretending to be the true actor. Thus, attention is constantly fixed on the outer appearance, which contains only imperfections, causing the children of God to forget their own divinity, thus compelling them to return to it. God is the giver, the receiver, and the gift, and He is the sole owner of all intelligence, substance, energy, and wealth existing in the universe. If the children of God learn to give solely for the joy of giving, whether it be love, money, services, or anything else, the outward expression could lack nothing. It would be impossible. The tragedy in humanity, which has caused so much selfishness and unprecedented condemnation among individuals, lies in the insistence on the personal claim to God's wonderful blessings. There is only one acting love, one intelligence, one power, and one substance in each individual, and that is God. The warning that can be given to every student is to beware of the desire to claim and appropriate power for oneself. Only if, at every action, full credibility and power were given to God, incredible transformations would occur in the one who gives all credit to whom it belongs. It has rarely been positively understood that supply and demand are abundant and omnipresent. However, demand must be stipulated before the universal law allows the individual's expression and use to continue. Since the individual has free will, they must make the demand or request consciously and with determination. They will then see how the expression inevitably manifests, no matter what it may be, as long as they maintain a steadfast and unwavering consciousness. The simple following affirmation, used with sincere determination, will bring to the individual everything they could desire. I am the great opulence of God made visible in my use, now and continually. The limiting factor felt by so many students is, for example, that they begin by stating the truth when using the previously mentioned affirmation. But before a few hours pass, if they consciously analyze the facts, they will find that their feelings show traces of doubt or fear. These two feelings largely neutralize the constructive force quickly brought by desire or demand. Once the student realizes that every good desire is God in action, propelled by his energy towards realization, and that it is self-sustained, they will understand boundless love, power, and intelligence they possess, and with which they can achieve any goal. With this simple understanding, the word failure would be completely erased from the world, and in a short time from its consciousness. This is because it manipulates an intelligence and power that cannot fail. Thus, students and individuals would enter into their full dominion, in accordance with God's intention. It has never been the purpose of our great Father, full of love and wisdom, that any should lack anything. This is because they allow their attention to be fixed on the outward appearance, which is like the shifting sand of the desert, so that they consciously or unconsciously separate themselves from the great intelligence and wealth. This great opulence is the inheritance that everyone can have as long as they turn again to the I am, the active principle of God eternally within ourselves, as to the only source of active life, intelligence, and opulence. Throughout all ages there have been certain necessary rules of conduct for every student desiring to achieve certain accomplishments. This concerns the conservation and governance of life force through sex. For the individual who has used this energy without thinking to govern it, saying, I will stop this, without understanding the correct attitude of consciousness, would only suppress a flow of energy that he caused to flow in a different direction. For the student who wishes to govern themselves, they will turn to this affirmation, the most effective of all that can be given if used with understanding. Jesus' great affirmation, I am the resurrection and the life. This affirmation not only purifies thought, but it is also the most powerful elevating and corrective force that can be used to correct what is the greatest obstacle to spiritual attainment. Any individual who begins to feel the inner impulse to correct this condition and who continually and firmly uses the affirmation will raise this wonderful current of energy to the highest point of the brain, as it was originally projected. The individual will then feel their mind flooded with the most wonderful ideas, abundant supporting power, and the ability to express and be used to bless all humanity. I ask every student to observe and try the results in their mind and body. Feel deeply the word of Jesus, I am the resurrection and the life, repeated 3 times silently and aloud, and observe the elevation of consciousness you will experience. Some will need several repetitions to feel the surprising elevation that others feel the first time. This will show them, even in a limited way, what can be accomplished with continued use. There is only one way to free oneself from something negative. Once you know what the error you must overcome is, completely remove your outer attention from it by firmly fixing it on the mentioned affirmation. Any condition of outer experience that you want to overcome can be achieved with the use of this affirmation. Similarly, to change the flow of misdirected energy. I had a student who felt the impulse to direct this great energy, and with the use of this single energy alone, he succeeded in elevating his body in 1 year. A wonderful transformation occurred in all his external aspects. It is incredible that among all the affirmations we receive from Jesus, which are only part of what he taught, so few human beings receive the tremendous impact of these wonderful words of wisdom. Throughout the history of the world, There have been so many great affirmations given, such as those he taught. Each one of them, when consciously used, contains the accompanying radiation he managed to manifest. Thus you not only have this power of I am, but also his individual assistance when using his affirmations. One must always contemplate the true meaning of these great affirmations of the Master Jesus. When you understand that your thoughts, feelings, and expressions of I am set in motion the limitless power of God, then you receive what you desire. There should be no problem for the student to see and understand that the outward appearance is only the distorted creation of man, who believes there is an external source of power. A moment of reflection will make him realize that there is only one love, one intelligence, and one power that can act, and that is God. Human flaws or external discords have nothing to do with God's omnipresent perfection, as everything imperfect is only the creation of human external concept. If man were to turn to his higher self, knowing that it is God, knowing that he is all perfection, and that the outward appearance is only the human creation by the misuse of his divine power, if he sincerely meditates and accepts God's perfection, he will immediately see that his life and experience manifest in that same perfection. There is no other possible way to bring this perfection into your mind, body, and experience other than by accepting the great presence of God within you. This total recognition will cause the inner power to project this perfection of God into your visible experience. Tell the students that I teach them as a messenger of the truth of affirmations that will bring positive results if they use and maintain them without hesitation. Metaphysicians know that truth does not work for them, as today they make affirmations and forget them all the following week. The desire for light and truth is the presence of God in the desire, projecting towards action to achieve enlightenment. Use this phrase: I am the full understanding and illumination of this thing that I want to know and understand. The day your eyes open and you see some of these wonderful ascended beings, the joy will last for eternity. If you do not accept the truth that you have the ability to achieve it, you never will. At the very moment you express I am the resurrection and the life, all the energy of your being immediately rushes to the center of your brain, which is the source of individualized being. I could never overestimate the power of this affirmation. There are no limits to what you can do with it. It's the one Jesus used in his greatest trials. You must know that when you decree something constructive, it is God prompting you to act. It's the stupidest thing in the world to ask, and have you proved that in your own existence, because each individual must prove it for themselves. Otherwise it will mean nothing until they test it for themselves. Feeling carries within it a certain simultaneous vision. One often feels the thing with such clarity that one truly sees it from the inner position. As you enter into the ascended state, thought, feeling, vision, and color manifest simultaneously. Harmonious sound is calm. That's why the most delightful music is soothing in its effects, while loud music is totally opposite. Chapter 3. Since the radiation of the great electronic belt, I project this to you today from the heart of the Golden City, the twin rays on which are inscribed the words, light and sound. Time has quickly caught up with us, and we must be more awake concerning the great electronic belts that surround all creation, from divinity to the individual. The electronic belt that surrounds the Golden City is impenetrable, much more so than a steel wall several feet thick. Thus, to a lesser extent, the individual who has a sufficient understanding of the active principle of his divine being can surround himself with a circle or electronic belt that he can qualify as he sees fit. But woe to him who would qualify it destructively. If he dared, he would find that this electronic force belt would enclose his outward appearance and consume it. Conversely, those who build and qualify with wisdom, with the great love of God and with constructive power, will find themselves evolving in a world untouched by human ignorance. The cosmic time has come when those who have attained a certain degree of understanding must create, apply, and use this wonderful electronic circle. Each creation is a self-conscious action, naturally surrounded by this circle of electronic force, but to some extent its force is uncontrolled and therefore dissipated. By consciously creating this great ring of pure electronic force, you stop any leakage of your limitless essence and keep it in reserve for direct and conscious use. After a few months of this creative and conscious activity, you must be very careful to direct this force in such a way that it is only that of divine love. In the principles of the individualizations of man, he was naturally surrounded by this magical circle. But as his consciousness descended, tears formed in the great circle of force, causing leaks until the circle disappeared. This was not a conscious creation of man. It was a natural circle that enveloped his pure state of consciousness. Now the students of light must consciously and without hesitation undertake to create this electronic circle around themselves, visualizing it perfect, flawless in its construction. This will allow them to consciously penetrate deeper into the electronic belt of divinity and to receive unlimited wisdom, love, and light, while learning the application of the simple laws through which all creative power is possible. Even though the student is encouraged to always look faultlessly towards their own higher self, the creator of their individualization, no achievement has been obtained without the assistance of those more advanced. For there is only one God, one presence and all-powerful activity, meaning that the one who is more advanced is only a bit more of the divine in action. By recognizing this, you will understand why you can feel, "I am here and I am there," for there is only one divine being everywhere. When the student finally understands that the ascended cohort of masters is nothing but their own advanced consciousness, then they will feel the great possibilities within reach, whether turning directly to God, to one of the ascended masters of light, or to their own I am. In reality, there is no difference, for all are one, but until this state of consciousness is reached, there is a difference, for the individual will almost certainly feel a division of the one being, which is only possible in the ignorance of external mental activity. When the student thinks of this outward expression, they must always remember that it is the external activity of the unique intelligence, thus protecting themselves against division in their own consciousness of this great and unique divine power centered within them. Once again, I must remind you that this great unlimited power of God can only enter into your outer use by your own invitation. There is only one type of invitation that can cause it to flow, and that is your deep feeling of love and devotion. Once you have generated the electronic circle around yourself, no other power can penetrate it except divine love. As for entering into the dazzling and fiery circle of divinity, it is only your consciousness of divine love that can do so, through which divinity resumes its great outpouring. This outpouring comes to you through messengers so transcendent that they surpass your current conception so much that it is impossible to convey to you in words the majesty of the love, wisdom, and power of these great beings. Allow me to remind you once again that the student who dares and remains silent will be raised to the radiant transcendence of this inner sphere, and it will be through their vision and experience that they will come to understand what I am telling you. The soul that has enough strength to don its armor of divine love and move forward will encounter no obstruction. There is nothing between your present consciousness and this sphere of great internal transcendence that obstructs the approach of divine love. When you have looked and touched within this inner circle, you will understand how imperfect the current expression of divine love is. Once you become aware of these great spheres to which you can gain access, you will find yourself without fear, reaching ever deeper into the inner radiation of that intelligent axis from which all creation and all worlds proceed. Among you there are strong and courageous souls who will understand this and can use it for their own great blessing and that of others. There are also others who will understand that the presence beating in every heart is God, that the essence emerging to vitalize the outer form is God in action, that the activity circulating the blood throughout the body is God. So, dear student, pay attention to the following. Do you not see what a grave mistake it is to sink into the ignorance of the outer being and to feel pain, discomfort, disturbances, all created by the ignorance and activity of this being? A few moments of meditation will make you realize that there can only be one presence, one intelligence, one power, which is God acting in the mind and body. Do you now see how simple yet powerful this consciousness within you is? that you can release the full recognition of the great and pure activity of God in the mind and body, allowing the wonderful and transcendent essence to fill every cell to overflowing. It seems to me that you cannot help but grasp the simplicity of your own inner being acting within you. Turn constantly towards it, love it, praise it, command what emerges in every cell of the body, in every need for outer activity at home, in business. When your desire projects clothed in the presence, power, and intelligence of God, it cannot fail. It must bring what you need or desire. Desire is but a lesser activity compared to a decree, and the decree is the acknowledgement of the desire fulfilled. I assure you that you must never fear to use this great power. You know well, without me telling you, that if you misuse it, you will generate disharmony. If you use it constructively, it will bring you so many blessings that you will not be able to cease praising and thanking. This power awaits your conscious direction. The person who once declared in the scriptures, "Who among you can add a cubit to his stature by thought?" Limited individual activity and progress, for thought and feeling are God's creative power in action. The uncontrolled use of thought and feeling has brought all kinds of discord, illnesses, and disturbances. However, few believe this and continue to create chaos in their world with their disorderly thoughts and desires, when they could just as easily, as naturally as breathing, return to the constructive use of thought with the motive of love, and build for themselves a perfect paradise in 2 years. Even science has proven that the outer form and inner body completely renew themselves in a few months. Therefore, by applying the true laws of being, it is so easy to cause the perfection of the entire outer body, and for each organ to regain its normal and perfect activity in a short time. It would be impossible for disharmony to enter the mind or body through this avenue. It is God's open door before you, which no one can close but you, which no one can obstruct or interfere with. Courageously use your divine power and dominion, and be free. You can maintain this perfect freedom only through conscious and applied knowledge. I will give you a secret which, if understood by the angry or discordant individual, would release them from this destructive activity, even if motivated only by selfishness. The angry person, condemning, sending destructive thoughts and words towards another, receives in return the negative quality they charged into their feelings, words, and thoughts. Conversely, the other, if stabilized in their divine power, receives the energy they lack, thus qualifying the creator of discord through their anger and condemnation, thus destroying themselves and their world and affairs. Here is a viewpoint that students must understand. When someone consciously seeks to reach the inner electronic circle of God, they make their outward expression and activity an incessant channel for the flow of pure essence emanating from divinity. This, even if they remain completely silent, is one of the greatest services known to a few beings aware of what it means for humanity. One who strives to reach the inner circle becomes a continuous source, and their own radiation is a blessing for the human race. Thus, century after century, there have been these altruistic messengers of God through whom this uplifting energy is poured for the good of those who do not understand the uplifting presence of this fluid energy. When one encounters one or more individuals who can be a channel for this great accumulated presence, it is like the principles of a leak in a dam. As consciousness firmly manifests and the gap in the dam widens, a greater volume of water passes, and eventually all obstruction is removed, integrating the force to be used. Unlike stagnant water that overflows and dissipates because it has no direction, the released divine power goes directly to the most receptive channel of consciousness and accumulates there, awaiting the opportunity to manifest more and more. Thus, the student of light, in addition to their activity in dispensing truth, becomes like an artesian well from which this great essence of God flows from the depths. Students must remember at all times that no matter the mistakes they have made, God never criticizes or condemns, but with each misstep, He gently and lovingly says, "Rise up, my child, and start again." Keep trying until you achieve true victory and freedom of your divine power. When someone becomes aware of having made a mistake, the first act must be to invoke the law of forgiveness and to ask for the strength and wisdom not to repeat the same mistake a second time. God, all love, has infinite patience, and no matter how many our mistakes, we can always say, "Rise up and return to the Father." Such is the love and freedom that the children of God have the privilege to experience. There is only one invincible process of evolution, and it is through the power of consciously generating divine love, love being the axis of all life. The more we consciously use it, the more easily and quickly we release the great power of God, which, like a great accumulated force, always waits for an opening to project through our own consciousness. For the first time in many centuries, the beacons or rays of the Golden City located in the ethereal plain above the Sahara Desert are in active operation over America and the entire Earth. There may be a few individuals who can see these rays without knowing what they mean. Man can no longer think that he can continue to generate destructive forces and survive. Those who can disseminate knowledge of the electronic circle must no longer be deprived of its benefits. Let them disclose it with this warning. Use this affirmation: I am the accomplished activity and the power sustaining every constructive thing I desire. Use it as a general decree, for sustaining power is in everything that exists. I am here and I am thus decreed in everything you wish to accomplish is a stunning decree to use the single activity and to rise above the consciousness of separation. Chapter 4. The creative fire that I am is the flame of God. Its master presence is anchored in the heart of all God's children, although in some it is but a spark, yet, treated rightly, that spark can become a great creative fire and a consuming flame. This great presence in its multiple activities is the omnipresent activity that each can use without limitation. Only if one could erase from their consciousness what is mere appearance and has bound them through countless years, would divine power and authority now be in view of every progressing student. In the beginning, one may grasp it mentally and take hold of this scepter of authority and use it, but soon one realizes they can almost feel and see it. It is not an empty promise that those seeking light receive this power. As we walk through a forest, we know we can return by the same path, but the decision lies with us. Thus, after centuries of seeking power and authority externally, we find that tomorrow it will have vanished as if on shifting sand. By joyfully accepting your divine dominion, you can firmly tread on the solid foundation of the truth which is God Himself, and upon which no external disturbance can ever take hold. Once you have learned this through your own experience, truth students wonder why they hesitate in their choice to stand firm, anchored in the presence of God, for that represents the power they seek. They do not analyze how they act to investigate what causes such disturbance and doubt. But for those who use the authority that is theirs and deeply examine their own causes, it will be very easy for them to separate the wheat from the chaff and soon feel free from the disturbance that made them doubt themselves and even the presence of God pulsating within their hearts. When students have within themselves and with God the presence I am enough honesty to root out all that causes this inner disturbance, they will feel this great light and radiation of the great divine being. They will find that with little effort and intelligence, this transforms into power, strength, and security attached to this rock of truth, which is one of the great jewels of the kingdom of God. And this dazzling light will envelop them at the slightest invitation. O students of today, maintain yourselves in this great presence pulsating within your heart, whose life flows through your veins, whose energy spreads into your mind. You have free will and can qualify and bless it to perfect you or render you imperfect. Always remember that by your non-invocation of this great presence, you have created disharmonies and disorders. You must give yourself the necessary time to come to a full recognition of this great power and surrender all the activity of your life to it. Do not be impatient, because things do not mend as quickly as you would like. They work at the speed of your own acceptance and the intensity of your feelings. This great energy that surges through your body and mind is the pure electronic energy of God, the great presence I am. If your thoughts are joyfully maintained in your divine being as the origin of your being and life, this pure electronic energy will act continually and without being tainted by human discordant qualification. But if you consciously or unconsciously allow your thoughts to become polluted with the discord that often surrounds them, You change their color and quality yourself. It is then obliged to act, and it is you who dictates how it must behave toward you. Never believe that you can escape this simple fact. It is an unshakable law, and no human being can change it. Students must understand and maintain this attitude if they want to make continuous progress. I tell you, my beloved, that even if you doubt, fear, and stumble in self-correction, it is the open door to your own great enlightenment and freedom from all external human limitation. There are many students who, when they reach a certain degree of understanding, see the results of their purifying activities revealed to them. Faced with the many errors made and needing correction, they become discouraged by self-criticism and condemnation, both of themselves and of God. This is a great error. Everything that is revealed for correction should greatly rejoice you, for it is an opportunity to progress by correcting errors that were previously hidden. Knowing that God is the power of thought, you know that you have within you the power to correct yourself, and must set about doing so. The life of God pulsating within your chest is sufficient proof that you possess the intelligence and power of God with which to dissolve and consume all errors and discordant creations you have manufactured around you, consciously or unconsciously. You must always anchor yourself in the recognition of the unlimited power you wield when you utter, "I am." Even the intellect, which is but external activity, knows it. Students must intensify it with all their might, intensely feeling the truth of it, and then they will find great swiftness and added power in using it. I tell you, beloved student, it is time to wield this power with great authority to free yourself from the chains of limitation that have held you back for so long. Resolve to tidy up your house as if you were about to welcome a distinguished guest. I do not doubt that you would spend days diligently working to polish it and prepare it for their arrival. How much more important it is to prepare for this great principle of love and peace, the principle of the consuming fire that dwells within you and controls the fire element. When one thinks of Oromasis, prince of the fire element, one thinks of the flame of the creative fire and invokes his aid for the advent of this creative power, which brings unimaginable results. When you speak in the name of the great I Am, you release unlimited energy for your desires to come to fruition. So why continue to allow doubt and fear to torment you when I Am is the open door to God's abundance, waiting to pour forth in health, blessing, and prosperity. Dare to feel and use this great authority of God in each one, dear student. Do you not realize that you can manifest perfection in minutes or hours by making the determination to affirm with sufficient intensity, I am the immense electronic energy flowing, renewing, filling every cell of my mind and body? Do you not see that in just minutes or hours you can dispel all mental or bodily troubles and allow this pure and great energy to do its work without being influenced, affected, or colored by your own thought? If you can renew a nerve, an organ, rebuild any part of your body to its original perfection almost instantaneously, why not feel it and use it? And as you experience the admirable and astonishing results, your faith and confidence will be enlivened to perform their perfect activity. Your trust in this great presence and power, as well as their omnipresent and limitless use, will intensify. When there seems to be a lack of energy, stand joyfully and confidently with determination and declare, I am the great presence of this alert and radiant energy springing forth through my mind and body, dissolving all that is unlike itself. I stand forever in this irradiating and joyful energy. You can pass this pure energy through your mind and body, just as I passed my hand over your brow. In my recollection, there has never been a time when such assistance has been as accessible to the student of light, and you must seize it with intense joy. Initially, if you feel no electronic force passing through you, do not believe in any way that you have not received this great energy, for you have commanded it with the authority of God I Am to flow through your body and mind. The same can be done for business or issues that do not manifest all the order and harmony you desire. You can rise up and invoke your great presence I Am, command it to enter the realm of your affairs, command it to consume all that is not in accordance with itself, and replace it with the perfection of God I Am. Order it to maintain its presence, to manifest its unceasing authority, and to cleanse your world of all that is discordant, and conclude by declaring, "I am the supreme authority, God in action." There is no need to become tense nor to allow the body to tense up. We must simply rise into the supremacy and dignity of our divine authority and clear away all that needs to be. In doing so, there is no need to speak loudly, but with a low voice yet with the tone of mastery. Stand in your room and declare, "I am the master of my own world. I am the victorious intelligence governing it. I command this great and radiant intelligent energy of God to enter my world. I command it to bring me the wealth of God made visible to my hands and for my use. I command it to create all perfection. I am not the child in Christ, but the master presence who has reached full stature. I speak and command with authority." Mistakes can be dissolved and the perfections one desires can be immediately invoked. Know that it is self-sustaining, as long as it is not mixed with destructive activities of thought and feeling. I truly wish for you to feel that you are the sole authority in your world. Never fear that in perfecting your world, you disfigure that of another or others, as long as you have no intention to harm anyone. No matter what others say, or how much they try to interrupt you with their doubts, fears, and limitations, you are the supreme authority in your world, and all you have to do is say when these conditions trouble you, "I am the great magic circle of protection around me, invincible, repelling any discordant element that tries to disturb me. I am the perfection of my world, and this is self-sustained." Oh, beloved, it is no longer necessary to hesitate, to investigate, and to inquire if I am the authority. Dare to use this authority of God that expresses itself in the I am of all that exists, for you have desired the presence of the great ascended beings. Thus decree, "I am the visible presence of these ascended masters, whom I wish to see appear here before me, and whose assistance I invoke." You have reached the point where you can free all discord from your mind. Fill your mind with this pure electronic essence, and no discord can penetrate it as long as you keep it full of this presence. I repeat to you that you are the authority in your world, and if your thoughts are filled with this essence, no discord can even touch them. Let us take this authority and use it. Let us cleanse all discord and declare without any hesitation, "I am the supremacy of man. Wherever I go, I am God in action." Chapter 5. The great necessity of today is the healing of nations and individuals. Just as one assists the individual by pouring electronic energy through their mind and body, and through their I am, filling every cell, at a higher level of expansion, one can treat a nation. A nation is a large body of individuals and creations of nature. We have the same power to accomplish this, being the individualized presence of God. So we know that I am is present everywhere, and when consciousness seizes upon this expression, energy unfolds to act everywhere, both in the cells of the world body and in individual cells. We must realize that the active presence of Almighty God is everywhere present, that there is no smallest part where He is absent. This active presence binds all human creation and instantaneously consumes anything that is disharmonious or undesirable. The only thing that stops it is the free will of the individual through their ignorance and their own belief in their I am. Divine wisdom acts by repelling anything that should not enter the system. The omnipresent wisdom through our conscious action always urges us to accept nothing that could disturb our harmonious activity, whether it be our feelings, our thoughts, or our diet. The currents of pure cosmic energy always flow everywhere like the rays of a lighthouse. Our outer activity must always be receptive to these currents of life, these pure cosmic energies, which always circulate in the earthly atmosphere. It is true that where conditions are too dense for this energy to penetrate, it surrounds them from above and below and continues on its way. Since 1932, every individual has been walking within great healing currents through the Cyclopean power, the secret key of love, and the rays emanating from the Golden City. These immense healing currents are consciously directed through the earthly atmosphere. These, you will understand, are the energy of God in action, naturally self-sustained. Individual consciousness of this presence will enable you to connect with these rays at any time. For students who have a sense of patriotism and want to aid their own nation, I will tell them that these healing currents reach not only individuals, but also environmental conditions and official places, like an intelligent flame. Currently, they are doing protective and uplifting work for the children of the earth like never before since the creation of this planet. The more people become aware of this operation, the better their role will be as messengers and assistants in this extraordinary work. There is a sinister influence we face in earthly activity. It is a mental force that supports wars and manifests constantly. Those who want to work to dissolve this situation must meditate on the following idea until they fully understand its meaning. They must know that if they direct this electronic energy through the earth, it will go directly and without interruption to the designated place and will see the energy acting unexpectedly in very benevolent and devoted individuals who will suddenly realize they must give up certain foods and activities, causing them a kind of shock. I will tell them that the divine intelligence within each will naturally lead them to give up what is not in accordance with the great presence at each step. And when it is necessary for an individual to refrain from something consciously, they must feel that there is something stronger deserving of anchoring in the facts. As students become aware of this, they gain the strength and confidence to take the step. Those who come to you deserve the divine protection that you love to give them. I suggest that every day you fill the atmosphere of your home with pure electronic energy, that is, with the presence of God, so that neither food nor unwanted presence enters your home. Envelop your guests in the electric mantle of the I Am presence. However, do not force these things on people who have not asked for them. When you say I Am, you acknowledge the power that destroys all barriers and opposition. The human being is like a hungry lion in the jungle. It would break everything to get food. Consciousness would shatter its best friend to achieve its ends. In every astral element, there is the element of human desire. Unless the mind completely closes itself off to the astral world, one will be constantly interrupted in any good decision, for they will have left the door open to a force much subtler than any force present in the physical world. Many believe there are good forces in the astral world. I tell you that no force coming from the astral is ever good. Any force that seems good has built its own tunnel to pass through first. The form that the astral world takes is the only place where any undesirable human creation can reside. It is in the next level of human activity, the astral realm. This plane of astral activity contains all accumulated undesirable forms throughout the centuries, so it is easy to see that nothing good can result from any contact with the astral plane. It contains absolutely nothing of Christ. Some are confused and call it the astral star, but this is incorrect. It is actually called the Astrea star. It is a cosmic being of the fourth sphere whose work is to consume as much as possible of everything belonging to the astral realm, as well as to draw the attention of individuals drawn to the astral plane. This great being will ultimately anchor individuals' compensation and dissolve their desire to maintain any contact with this unhappy realm. There are no children in the astral plane. The home for children leaving the earth is the etheric plane. Incarnated individuals, when they sleep, find themselves in the same sphere as the discarnate. The I Am presence possesses a self-sustaining consciousness of such magnitude that if you fall asleep with it in your outer consciousness, you can reach incredible heights. If you are conscious of your I Am in your outer consciousness and take this awareness when you pass into other planes, it is incredibly supportive presence. There is a time in our lives when we need light and conscious recognition of the phrase, I am the presence of God in action. When you have this awareness and voluntarily take it through the veil of sleep, your out-of-body soul acts with unlimited powers. Suppose in the waking state you need something before falling asleep, you can very well express the following through the great power and intelligence that I am. As long as my body sleeps, I make the necessary contact that will amply fulfill that request. Whatever it is, you must know that this self-sustaining activity absolutely cannot fail and is a tremendous way to set the I Am presence in motion. For whatever I Am commands while the body sleeps must be obeyed. I knew of a case where protection was needed. The person who used it had some awareness of the presence. The individual fell off a cliff, but the I Am presence instantly built a form that caught the individual and safely put them down before the fall continued. When one has a spiritual consciousness and finds oneself in a dangerous environment, one must perform rapid treatment for one's own protection. because until ascension is attained, the body tends to come into contact with external human thought. If a student climbs a mountain, they must consciously do protective work with protective affirmations. If they always maintain this protective work, they can very well avoid the destruction of others. For example, God is the omnipotent power protecting and guiding this plane to move in an absolutely safe area. Along the way, you must be in conscious action all the time. Some will think this means fear, but it is not. It is rather the recognition of the omnipresent protective power. God sees everything and knows everything. He looks ahead and avoids any undesirable contact. When you say, God guides this vehicle, the divine sight looks ahead, looking at blocks and miles, and the impulse will come to move out on paths free from any traffic disturbance. Our passage will be without any obstruction. Because it is God who drives the vehicle, there are two reasons that cause accidents in students. First, when they become angry, they leave their aura open to the astral door. And second, they forget to do the little protective work. Whenever we do something with a positive and dynamic attitude, the exterior gains in confidence, in faith, and cannot fail. Another way to protect oneself is to project the electronic belt around us or around others, saying, I am the belt, the ring, or the protective circle around me and those who accompany me. This electronic belt forms instantly, is impregnable and invulnerable to anything negative. Realize that when you say I am, everything you command is all-powerful and instantly fulfilled. You cannot use the I am presence without getting instant activity. Repeat often, I am the omnipresent and omnipotent protective intelligence governing this mind and body. This is instantly accomplished and in action because you have said, I am. The I am that is present everywhere is right now at work. This is how you set the all-powerful I am presence in motion by the most direct means. It is all in all. And remind your outer consciousness that when you say I am, you have activated all the attributes of divinity. You are already at a stage where you must see instant activity when you say I am in any condition. This means that instant action is taking place by the greatest power in the universe. The moment you realize that the I am is the complete activity of God and contains all the attributes of God, you enter into full use of this great power. Say often, I am the presence that creates this master home. When you say, I am the ascension of this physical body, you have accepted and instantly spring into action. When you strive to acquire light in unlimited action, you are attempting to accomplish the greatest thing in the world. Fill your world with the I am presence, and when you do, feel that you are doing it consciously. If you say consciously, I am the perfect activity of every organ and cell in my body, it must manifest. You just have to be aware of it, and it will be realized. Say often, I am perfect health manifested now in every organ of my body. Put your trust in your I am, instead of relying on external medicine. You cannot say, for example, I am the perfect intelligent activity in this body, and at the same time think that you will need to take a medication to clear your mind. Say, I am the perfect active intelligence in this brain, for the eyes and ears. Say, I am perfect vision through these eyes, perfect hearing through these ears. Undertake these treatments diligently and you cannot fail. You have the reins, use them and avoid any word that recalls the previous limited condition. When you are conscious of the I am, no matter what anyone else does in this world, you only have to care about your own world. To complete the circle, use the I am activity. Pay no attention to what others say, just say what you specifically want to produce. Repeat often, I am the only presence acting here. I am the only presence acting in my world. If you want to illuminate the room, say, I am the illumination of this room. Then act upon the electrons in the room, for illuminating the atmosphere of a room is as easy as raising your hand. Your ability to illuminate a room is as adequate as doing it through an electric lamp. You can also easily direct the universal electric current through you, as conventional electricity flows through wires to make visible the illumination that is within your own body. That is to visibly radiate. Say, I am the visible illumination through this body. Inside you there is a focal point. The I am that is within you has created the entire universe. When you gain confidence in I am, it will clear all obstructions. Say often, I am the power and presence consuming all fear, all doubt, and all confusion in my outer mind about the invincible activity of I am. Continue this exercise, and you will always know instantly what you need to do. Individual consciousness envelops the form with concepts that are its own, and when they are clustered around the individual, they do not impose any conditions other than those of their own world. Whenever you feel joyful and full of momentum, use it, enjoy it, and constantly decree. Remind your outer consciousness that when you say I am, thinking of the infinite power of God, you have activated this power to successfully accomplish the idea you have in consciousness. Sincere students must not forget this for a single moment until the truth is anchored and acts automatically. They will then see how ridiculous it is to say, I am sick, I am financially restricted. When something seems missing, I tell you, it is impossible for you to be affected if you remain in this idea. Use it when you have a cold. You don't need to be told to use a tissue. So why do you need to be reminded that the outer activity has only one power that enables it to move? And that is the I am presence, God within you. The failing of sincere students is that they do not meditate often enough on this truth for their wonderful presence to become active. For example, if you say, I am the majestic and victorious presence filling all official positions, you will realize how beneficial you will be in doing so. Constantly watch your external contacts to not unknowingly accept the appearance of things or fear from those who call themselves financiers. God governs your world, your home, your affairs, and that is all that concerns you. Never believe that you let your imagination run wild because you feel the presence of the great individualized presence nearby. Rejoice. Believe in this great presence that sustains in you everything you can desire or use. You do not depend on external things. With this joyful entry, this great power, and this presence that contains everything, don't you see that if everything were to be lacking, you would still be provided for? I want you to feel that you accept with joy and know with all your being that the power of precipitation is not a myth, it is real. Those who enter into this feeling with sufficient depth will have the perception of everything they desire. There are children who have been punished for seeing evangelistic beings and for manifesting inner perception. It is the parents of these children who should be punished for daring to interfere with the divine gift of the child's freedom. If the great ones lived more in conscious imagination and in acceptance of the great presence whose existence is doubted by humanity, they would feel this presence lifting them up and giving them intelligence. My beloved, if suddenly you feel you need strength or courage, express, I am here to provide you instantly, and you do not need to wait. Do not give a thought to the world or individuals who do not understand these things. Continue to rejoice in the active, visible presence of what you wish to manifest and see precipitated into your life and use. I am the active and visible presence of what I already desire manifested. Our sense as one must tell us that unless we expect, accept, and already enjoy what we desire, how are we going to get it? The poor, insignificant outer being struts around saying, I am too important to pay attention to such fairy tales. Well, let me tell you that one day individuals who speak like that will be very happy with those fairy tales and will fill their minds with these ideas to see them arise at every contact with the outer world of affairs, and whenever there is a negative condition that apparently affects your world, immediately make this resolution. I am the precipitation and visible presence of everything I desire, and no man or nothing can interfere with that. When I speak of precipitation, I am not only referring to the opening of invisible channels, but to every channel, for everything is precipitation, the created and the uncreated still, and there is only a slight difference in activity when I recognize who I am. I enter into the great silence where resides the greatest activity of God. This recognition should draw great revelations to the individual if accepted joyfully. In your previous experience, the practice of any activity increasingly develops your efficiency, doesn't it? If this can be applied to an external level of activity, don't you see how important it is for internal activity? So why do you need to be reminded that external activity has only one power that enables it to move, and that is the presence, I am, God, within you? The flaw of sincere students is that they do not meditate often enough on this truth for their wonderful presence to become active. For example, if you say, "I am the majestic and victorious presence filling all official positions," you will realize how beneficial you will be in doing so. Constantly watch your external contacts to not unknowingly accept the appearance of things or fear from those who call themselves financiers. God governs your world, your home, your affairs, and that is all that concerns you. Never believe that you let your imagination overflow because you sense the proximity of the great individualized presence. Rejoice. Believe in this great presence that sustains in you everything you can desire or use. You do not depend on external things. With this joyful entry, this great power, and this presence that contains everything, don't you see that if everything were to be lacking, you would still be provided for? I want you to feel that you accept with joy and know with all your being that the power of precipitation is not a myth, it is real. Those who enter into this feeling with sufficient depth will have the perception of everything they desire. There are children who have been punished for seeing evangelistic beings and for manifesting inner perception. It is the parents of these children who should be punished for daring to interfere with the divine gift of the child's freedom. If the great ones lived more in conscious imagination and in acceptance of the great presence whose existence is doubted by humanity, they would feel this presence lifting them up and giving them intelligence. My beloved, if suddenly you feel you need strength or courage, express "I am here to provide you" instantly, and you do not need to wait. Do not give a thought to the world or individuals who do not understand these things. Continue to rejoice in the active, visible presence of what you wish to manifest and see precipitated into your life and use. I am the active and visible presence of what I already desire manifested. Our sense as one must tell us that unless we expect, accept, and already enjoy what we desire, how are we going to get it? The poor, insignificant outer being struts around saying, "I am too important to pay attention to such fairy tales." Well, let me tell you that one day, individuals who speak like that will be very happy with those fairy tales and will fill their minds with these ideas to see them arise at every contact with the outer world of affairs. And whenever there is a negative condition that apparently affects your world, immediately make this resolution. I am the precipitation and visible presence of everything I desire, and no man or nothing can interfere with that. When I speak of precipitation, I am not only referring to the opening of invisible channels, but to every channel, for everything is precipitation, the created and the uncreated still. And there is only a slight difference in activity when I recognize who I am. I enter into the great silence where resides the greatest activity of God. This recognition should draw great revelations to the individual if accepted joyfully. In your previous experience, the practice of any activity increasingly develops your efficiency, doesn't it? If this can be applied to an external level of activity, don't you see how important it is for internal activity? The more you use it, the more power you can manifest. You know that you can do it with spiritual things in a greater and faster way than with the external. For in the mind, power acts instantly. There is no waiting when the I am acts. The fact that the musculature develops with exercise should make you understand that the same effort for internal power should naturally produce much better results. For example, men think they need to exercise physically to develop muscles, but I have often made my students develop a beautiful symmetrical body with powerful muscles without having done a single physical exercise. In all development, both external and internal, the first part of the exercise is mental. We must know that there is only one power and energy, and it comes from the presence I am in each one. Therefore, the exercise of your inner faculties is called mental, but I tell you that it is God in action, for you cannot form a single thought without the intelligence and energy of God to realize it. Therefore, your mental activity is the energy of God in action. Now you see how easy and possible it is to produce a strong and symmetrical physical body without doing physical exercises to achieve it. Most men, scientists, doctors, or physical education teachers will deny this, but I simply assure them that they do not deeply understand the energy or power that acts. No activity can take place without using this inner energy and power. People allow doubts and fears to creep in regarding the knowledge of these great faculties, which are free for those who want to use them at any time. However, they are buried like a cork held underwater, which as soon as it is released, rises to the surface. I assure you, it is regrettable that sincere students spend so many years striving, trying, and then abandoning the use of these faculties. And then, because they do not see them operate immediately, they fall back into a state of inactivity until something stimulates them again to fall back again. The persistent and determined acknowledgement of this I am presence will inevitably lead you to success. Unless you give up, I see at this moment a good number of individuals who, with a little motivation and a simple description of this practice, will leap towards freedom, especially those who receive verbal instruction with the accompanying radiation. Isn't it disastrous that the sons and daughters of God submit to limitations when, with persistent and determined effort, they would open the door and enter into this great inner chamber full of light, jewels, gold, and substances of all the foods of the universe? And yet, with this full truth before them, these individuals still hesitate due to the impossibility of believing that they can take the step, seize this scepter, and be free. Beloved, I tell you again to sing the grand melody of the conquering presence of I Am. Sing it continuously in your heart, feel it with all your skill, cling firmly to this determination, knowledge, and the pathway to this substance will open to you, and eternal freedom will be manifested to you. Simply remember that you have already crossed the veil. Any mastery an individual acquires over their affairs and their world is and must always be a sacred refuge, an inner sanctuary where no other curious individual can enter. No one can acquire mastery by pretending to find it in others. Seeking, finding, and applying the law of one's own being is the sure path to mastery, and only when the individual has accomplished this can they truly understand what true mastery is. There is only one dominion to seek, and that is dominion over one's own outer being. You can walk alongside a master for years and not discover it until your own inner faculties reveal it to you. You can live in the same house as a master for years and not know it until a crisis arises and the true power is revealed. A master discussing or revealing their own accomplishments would dissipate their forces, and this should never be done. If a student is fortunate enough to have a beautiful experience and then shares it with others, generally, so many doubts arise in the listeners and are poured onto them that they soon begin to doubt themselves. It is truly comical to see how convincing others' arguments can be. The student who listens to these foreign arguments must do justice to themselves, to their higher self, and listen to what is expressed by their inner experience the moment doubt begins to creep in. If allowed to enter, it will continue to flow in abundance. The same thing happens with the I Am. If you turn to it again, your attention there, energy will rush forth. My beloved, don't you see that, when you desire a revelation or inspiration by saying I am that, you set in motion the power with all its faculties, with all its substances, and it must take whatever form attention is fixed upon. The I Am is the unfathomable mind of God. In seeking understanding, the ordinary student only contacts the memory of what has been, instead of going to the heart of God and extracting what has not yet been. Sometimes disciples do not realize that there have been many civilizations with enormous achievements totally unknown today. Atlantis, Lemuria, and Mu are just fragments of other great civilizations that have existed. Those who desire it must make the following decision. I am the heart of God, and now I produce ideas and commitments that have never been produced before. Consider that we are what we want to see produced. The I Am presence is therefore the heart of God. You immediately enter into the great silence the moment you utter I Am. If you recognize that you are I Am, then everything you declare is instantly manifested. Believing is having faith in what you believe to be truth. Thus there is a connection between belief and faith. In the beginning, belief is created. If maintained, it turns into faith. If you do not believe something to be true, you cannot manifest it. If you cannot believe in your own words when you say, "I am such and such," how can it be established and manifested? The famous saying by Shakespeare, "There is nothing good or bad, but thinking makes it so," is absolutely true. If you already know that divine energy enters the individual in a state of perfect purity, then you must realize that it is the individual themselves who requalifies this energy by imposing their own impurity upon it. This energy enters into man continuously, with the beating of his heart, with his breath, with his own quality, and he projects it outward. It is his privilege as a creator in the image and likeness of the Father. Our individual consciousness is projected to form an environment around us. That is why it receives vibrations of sorrow, sadness, joy, love, kindness, and feels them as if they were its own. If they are good, they have nothing to fear. But if they are tinged with impatience or sadness, you must tell them to leave and command them to leave so as not to continue spreading this atmosphere and contaminating others. Each of us has a color and a sound. Therefore, every activity we undertake is of a color and an arpeggio with a musical phrase. If it is distorted, it produces an ugly, dissonant sound and a dull color. To each person who emits an unpleasant creation, the responsibility for that rests entirely with them. Everything contains intelligence. Do not take into consideration the element of time when you affirm something you wish to see manifested. Do it joyfully and hold on to it firmly until it manifests. If you constantly maintain the I am presence while doing what you desire, you will enter into the fullness and perfection of everything that is already ready to be used. Every lasting success must be the result of the conscious effort of each individual. What is pity? It is accepting imperfection. Never let yourself be overtaken by pity, for it is like allowing yourself to be carried away in quicksand when you have wings to rise above all destructive things, elevating at the same time what you witness and wish to manifest. This pity does not judge. Remain firmly in the I am presence, and everything will manifest perfection for any imperfect condition you see, especially aging. Say, I am the perfection of this individual who appears to be aging. Thus, you will have set God into action within the individual, for even if they speak the I am disdainfully, in this case you have prompted them to use it constructively. No matter what you hear or talk about in the external world, remain steadfast. Do not let yourself be affected, for you are producing perfection, and you must consciously manifest it. If you are not attentive, you may let in an expression that will haunt you for years if you do not consciously erase it. Know the active power of God's thought and perfectly understand which way it is going, and act consciously. Tell your I am to do what is necessary. Say, I am the intelligence that qualifies this to be what is necessary. This, of course, if you find yourself in a situation where you don't know what to do at a given moment. I had a disciple who thus qualified his electronic circle with healing power. He was called the healer of shadows. As soon as one came into contact with his electronic circle, one was healed. Why did God individualize to have something he loves? Why were the rays divided to express love? Love is the active principle of God. When you love, you envelop what you love in that mantle of God, in that radiant presence. Never criticize when you seem to see incorrect sexual activity. Raise the character's consciousness to an ideal so that their thought comes under conscious control and their sexual activity rises to a higher level. The clean and proper use of sex is for the expansion of love in the protection of a form, so that the incoming soul may have a harmonious and loving character and temperament. The thoughts and feelings of parents are the activity that shapes the nature of the life principle and the individual. That is love. The difference between compassion and pity is as follows. In compassion, one invokes the I am presence to produce perfection. Pity is that energy with a feeling of imperfection and only intensifies the imperfection that manifests. To control an animal, one uses I am here and I am here, I command silence, or one looks it in the eye and knows that the love of God controls it. Chapter 7. When the command, let there be light, was given, the first activity was obedience. Light burst forth in unlimited quantities, and so it is with everything concerning the external activity of the one active principle God. I mean that the first activity of anything external is perfect obedience to the I Am presence, for it is only thus that the pure essence can harmoniously express itself. One must strive to keep calm at all times their outer expression, even among friends, relatives, associates, regardless of their condition or age. For every time the impulse to discuss, criticize, or resist arises, it is a sign that the carnal consciousness is trying to draw attention to itself. It is then the moment to command it to observe obedience and silence. The important thing is to calmly convince oneself, in the grace of love, light, and obedience, it is futile to argue, silence your outer. When the student enters the conscious path, the slightest appearance of resistance or disturbance indicates that they must decree, I am the obedient and intelligent activity of my mind and body. I am the power that governs and orders everything harmoniously. I cannot yet enumerate the disturbing elements of external activities, for this might evoke resistance or even a guilt complex in the student. When students are strong enough to hear these truths, they will be given to them. Suffice it to mention that they must be vigilant, not to accept resistance or temptations to criticize. Everyone must very often use the declaration, I am the invincible God, established and maintained in my mind, my body, my home, my world, and my affairs. This God is the I Am presence, and naturally, it is an infinite intelligence. Consciousness of this will establish this guard of intelligent activity, which will not need to be constantly repeated. Once the impulse, that is, the moment, is established, let us return to the fact that every time we use the I Am, we know it acts. The power of love, wisdom, and divine intelligence also uses the I Am declaration, the fully liberating action of divine love. Remember that love, as a virtue or attribute of God, is a living entity, for God is life, and all his attributes are alive. I suggest as a preparatory activity for each day for students to firmly and joyfully declare, knowing in advance that their own power within the declaration keeps it active. I am love, wisdom, and power, with its active intelligence acting in everything I think and do today. I command this infinite activity to be my protection and to act at all times, making me act, speak, and proceed only according to divine order. It is good to declare during the day, I am the governing presence that precedes wherever I go. In this way, you leave the door open to the constant flow of the inner presence that will transform your world, prevent you from coming into contact with disharmony, and cause peace and harmony to manifest in every external contact, regardless of the manifestation within or outside the field. The student must adopt the firm determination that their body is the temple of the Most High. This is an indisputable truth, and this consciously maintained attitude will bring the body to perfect activity, as is the divine intention. I remind students at all times that there is no other way to acquire a desired quality or attribute than to claim it, knowing that it exists in our perfect mind. The external has become accustomed to believing in the imperfection of the human being. Therefore, it cannot manifest perfection under such conditions. The general thought of the student is as follows: well, I've checked that I'm not manifesting this quality I desire, and it must be because I'm not advanced enough. But I guarantee you that no matter what the body or the human being manifests, failure is impossible when the I Am has been set in motion, for truth has manifested in addition to mobilizing the attributes of God. I have often seen my disciples on the verge of manifesting a great victory, and not only have they failed at the last moment, due to doubt and lack of persistence, but they have also closed the door for an indefinite period. The student must compel themselves to keep in mind that when the power of God is in motion, by uttering the I Am, first, universal chaos occurs before the affirmation ceases to materialize. The I Am activity can never cease until the affirmation is accomplished, unless it is prevented by the external. This can happen when the manifestation begins on the earthly plane and energy attacks to destroy it. Every student must be very careful not to use the I Am in a negative expression. For when one says I am sick, or I have failed, or I am not doing things correctly, they release this great energy to destroy what they wish to accomplish. This always happens when using the pronoun I, as you already know, because it is the valve that opens the universal power. Know that I am is yourself. When you say I have a headache or my stomach is upset, you send the energy for those organs to act in the way you have decreed, for it is the same when using different verbs and the possessive pronoun referring to a person. There is only one person who can affirm in your world, and that is yourself. For you, this includes the energy and activity of the I am presence. The right attitude is that if an organ seems to be rebellious, you must declare and firmly maintain, I am the only and perfect energy acting here. Thus, any appearance of disturbance is instantly corrected. This is the important point that students must remember, and if out of habit you use something external like a medication, use it sparingly, always reminding yourself of the truth until you gain enough mastery to govern entirely through your I am presence. I guarantee you that even if you believe that the medicating agent has relieved you, it is still the I am presence that has communicated to the medication the power to relieve you. For example, I, Saint-Germain, have observed the medical world for many centuries, and whenever an authority figure says that such a medication no longer works, shortly after, that medication disappears completely from the scene. What happens in the mind of every thinking individual is that they consider certain herbs or substances to have a chemical action corresponding to the element within the body. And I tell you what gives you this chemical affinity is the power of your I am that allows you to think in this way. When you go around the circle of activity, you find that there is only one intelligence and presence acting, the I am God in you. So why not face the truth without hesitation and think, I am this presence in action. It is the same life in me and in all the remedies to which you attribute their power. Isn't it much better to turn directly to the supreme source of all and receive its inexhaustible omnipotent assistance that cannot fail, rather than conferring something inside that leads you to another external element to which you have given the power to free you from the condition to which you have given the power to disturb you? I know it is not easy to give up very old habits, but a little meditation will force the outer reasoning to let go of its dependence on these external remedies and to depend exclusively on the great I am presence. Of course, there is no other way to convince a student on this vital issue than by applying these truths with determination and firmness. Furthermore, no one can demonstrate to them to what extent they can apply the truth, only they can determine that extent. Sometimes the inner energy accumulated by desire is of such magnitude that the individual is amazed by the results. The word used by the Orientals, means the same as I am. Personally, I prefer I am, because the student feels more of God's action within them. For the Orientals, is a universal presence and does not bring awareness of the I am presence acting within the individual. This explains the conditions that exist in India today, for the confusion about so many things has led to the error of believing that what matters is the intonation they chant. It is true that this imposes an activity, but not one that energizes the individual's action. Therefore, the difference in intonation is of little benefit. The system of the ascended masters, since time immemorial, has been the conscious use of the I am presence. The full recognition and acceptance of God in action within the individual is what confers a more intelligent and complete activity to the presence of God. This is the practice of the presence of God, that is, deity. Those in the East who have reached great heights, and those who undoubtedly have achieved them through meditation on this true activity, perhaps the simplest and most powerful truth that the individual can uphold is that when one says, I am, one sets into motion within oneself, consciously or unconsciously, all the pure energy of God without any alteration. Energy becomes power through conscious use. The fact that an individual is incarnated as a human being is in order to elevate their world to a state of perfect activity. When the individual's consciousness is elevated, the entire world of that being is elevated to the plane of inner activity. The Eastern phrase, Om Mani Padme Hum, means God acting within the individual. Use the I am instead of Om at all times, for perhaps you have lived incarnated in other Hindu bodies, and you knew this usage. To avoid it being invoked within you, employ the I am to elevate yourself completely. Every time you use the I am, you set the pure energy of God in motion without color, hue, or human concept. This is the only way to maintain the pure energy of God without being contaminated by human qualifications. Huge results are achieved in a short time through the use of the following affirmations. I am pure inspiration. I am pure light in action here. Visualize this through the body at the very moment. I am the pure revelation of everything I want to know. Always keep the reins of power within you. People are afraid to embrace the great power of God and let it act. But what is there in God that frightens you? You must claim or appropriate what you desire. Say, I am now the ascended being I desire to be. This immediately plunges you into the ascending presence. I am the eternal release from all human imperfection. Those who realize who the I am is now accept my complete and finished perfection. Use the explanations of the affirmations for your own understanding, for the carnal consciousness is like a skeptical and critical St. Thomas. Do not let it doubt. This body of mine is the temple of the living God and of the ascended being now. General instructions are usually for the student to experience the law themselves, so every day, often, I am the power governing this activity. Therefore, it is normal that throughout the universe, there is no individual who can recognize the I am of another, for no one else. One can address the collective I am, of course, for one also enters into the I am, but it is not the same when it comes to the individual I am. Every step taken by you in the recognition that you are is a permanent acquisition and cannot regress. Chapter 8. Everyone seeks happiness, sometimes called bliss, and yet many of those who seek it so ardently miss the key to this happiness. The simple key to perfect happiness and the inherent power that keeps it constant is self-control and self-correction. But this is very easy to achieve once one has learned the truth that one is oneself, the I am presence, and the intelligence that controls and orders all things around every individual. There is a whole world of self-created thoughts. Within this mental world lies the seed, the divine presence, the I am, which is the only active presence in the universe and directing all energy. This energy can be intensified beyond all limits by the conscious activity of the individual. The inner divine presence can be compared to the seed of a peach. The world of thoughts surrounding it is similar to the pulp. The pulp represents not only the mental world created by the individual, but also the universal electronic substance, always waiting to be activated by the conscious determination of the individual to be precipitated and visibly used in the form that suits or is desired. The sure path to understanding and using this conscious power comes through self-control. When I say self-control, I mean recognition of the intelligence of the I am as the only active presence. Knowing this, we also know that there are no limits and restrictions to the power of its use. Human beings having been given free will, free selection, and free emphasis on what they believe in their surrounding world. It is all they focus their attention on. The time has finally come when everyone must understand that thought and feeling constitute the greatest creative power in life and in the universe. The only way to fully use this power of thought that we call God in action is to use self-control and self-correction, with which one can quickly attain an understanding of how to use and direct this power of thought without any limitation. When enough self-control has been attained, the individual can maintain their thought fixed on any desire, just as an acetylene flame remains still on a weld. Similarly, when consciousness remains steadfast on a desire, knowing that the presence I am is the one thinking, that is God in action, then one understands that one can make visible or precipitate whatever one desires or needs. It is not that one cannot think of other things, otherwise how could one accomplish the myriad tasks that fill our days? But each time it is necessary to remember the point in question, remember invariably that it is God or the I am presence with all its power that is acting to precipitate our desire. It has been proven in 1,000 ways that the effect of a single thing cannot bring happiness, but only the understanding of the cause that acts. This is how the individual becomes master or owner of their world. The self-control they exercise in thinking and immediately saying in the face of any disharmony, No, this cannot be true, for my I am is perfect. I erase everything done with my outer consciousness and accept only the manifested perfection. What happens then? You have opened the way to God, to my I am, and it will straighten out everything that is external, says Saint-Germain. Dear student, if you could understand the magnificent splendor that manifests in you when you affirm such self-control in the face of external activity, you would redouble all your efforts to achieve this self-control and mastery over all external expression. Thus, the great I Am presence is allowed to release its great power into our consciousness and external use. Now let us remove from the minds of dear students the sense of time, space, and distance. The key that opens the entrance to all higher spheres, to higher planes, lies in the simplicity and firmness of self-control. Every student must remember this great truth. Where your consciousness is, you are also present, and the I Am is everywhere. The awareness of the existence of space, distance, and time is solely a human creation. Passing through the very thin veil that separates consciousness from your full power and inner activity is simply a matter of consciousness, that is, of thought and feeling. Those who strive to attain the light constantly live in these higher spheres. The beauty of these spheres surpasses all imagination. When you consciously and voluntarily enter them, you will discover that all creations that exist there are as tangible as any of our buildings here. With the affirmation, I am the power of my complete self-control, supported forever, it will be easier for you to achieve this mastery. Students must realize that as soon as they recognize the action of the I Am presence, it is impossible to interrupt or interfere with it in any way. Knowing that there is neither time nor space, you have at your disposal the knowledge of eternity to enter, fully conscious, into a sphere higher than the physical world. It simply requires adjusting or changing consciousness, such as making sure to know that it is there consciously. Affirm often, by the power of the electronic circle I have created around me, I cannot be affected by any doubt or fear. I joyfully take the scepter of my I Am and enter resolutely into any higher sphere where I wish to go, keeping a clear and perfect memory of my activities there. With this practice, you will quickly find yourself enjoying unlimited freedom and perfect happiness to act in any plane you choose. Being aware of things that are 1,000 years in the future is as easy and accessible as going to your shelves to take a book you need. The great obstacle to human freedom has been the great illusion of time and space in beliefs in general. Those who have reached the great disillusionment by seeing that the wealth and outward effects of things cannot bring happiness understand the great blessing that lies in their own creative thought, their own power and thoughts. They possess all happiness, perfect freedom and mastery. When the student understands that where they direct their attention, it adheres to them, becomes them, or becomes part of them with all the intensity they use, they will see the powerlessness of keeping their attention away from anything destructive in human experience. Learn to invoke at those times the beloved I Am presence before fixing your attention on destructive things. By discussing and commenting on the faults of our friends, family, and associates, we transmit those faults to our own consciousness, and it seems to amplify the fault we see in the other. This is fixing attention on what is destructive and turns us into that. The fact that there are dark beings in the world, sorcerers, that is, certain children of God who direct evil and contaminate the electronic energy coming from their I Am presence, is not a reason to allow our attention to be fixed on this fact. Simply because we know these facts, what concerns us is to keep our attention free to focus on our own self-control, urging us to possess what is suitable for us. Few people realize that when they rethink or restudy a negative and destructive case, or when someone has belittled them in some way, and they allow themselves to reconsider the incident, they engrave and manufacture that case in their pure consciousness, soiling it and attracting the result to happen again and again. But I want to impress upon the minds of the students that it is foolish to allow oneself to be affected and persuaded by actual or imaginary activities of outer consciousness. Once you know that I Am is the only all-powerful presence acting in my mind, my body, and my world, you can no longer be affected or disturbed by any association with the external world. They must know that they are entirely immune to the troubles and disturbances of others, no matter what those others may try to do to them. When the individual realizes that their own thought and feeling can bring them everything they need, you will feel free from the desire for wealth and everything the external world could offer you. I assure you that there is no supernatural world. As soon as we enter a sphere higher than this one, it becomes as real and true as this one. It is simply another state of consciousness. For your family's pleasure, I will tell you that in 100 years, there will be hundreds of people capable of using cosmic rays to clean and preserve their homes. And when you no longer feel the need to follow fads created by commercialized ideas, you will weave your coats from a single thread and without seams, made with cosmic rays. Many students wonder why the masters, with all their creative powers, prefer to live in modest rooms. The explanation is simple. Most of their activities take place in higher spheres, directing great rays of light for the blessing of humanity from their homes of light and wisdom, as beautiful and transcendent as they are to become invisible to those who still occupy a physical body. If students can understand this, it will save them much confusion and give them more time to devote to the activity of the great I Am presence. This will lead them to a transcendent state that eliminates anxiety for the wealth of the external world, all of which is waste compared to the creative power inherent in the individual world. This one can bring about the manifestation of transcendent power through self-control and mastery. I tell you, dear student, child of God, it is not worth exerting your sincerest efforts when you know you cannot fail. Seize the scepter of your own creative power and free yourself forever from all those attachments and limitations that have tormented humanity through the ages. I assure you that anyone who strives to acquire this scepter and mastery will receive all the help they need. He who has understood his creative ability must know that he can create anything he desires. You know that you have the ability to transfer your thought from Caracas to New York in an instant, just as you can change your thought from a condition of light to a very dense condensation, like iron. This shows you that what you do at every moment, consciously and voluntarily, you can do with much more power by consciously focusing your attention on what you want to manifest. The fact that you have not yet manifested the invisible into the visible is what creates that doubt that bothers you until the day you manifest a simple precipitation. Your courage and confidence will arise, and in the future you will have no trouble precipitating what you want. Attention is the channel through which the great energetic presence attracts achievements. Through the centuries, humanity has built these walls of limitation. It is now time to tear them down and consume them. Anyway, no matter the initial determination required to achieve it, but once one knows that the I Am power is in action, one also knows that it is impossible to fail outwardly. Just keep your attention focused on the object you want to make visible. Concentrate, and suddenly you see it realized and marvel at how long you have lived without using this power. The length of the ray emanating from the precipitated substance or from the condensation of light is controlled by the consciousness of the one using it. If this consciousness rises very high, the brilliance is very great. The jewelry of light is always in its transcendent state of perfection. The jewelry is a condensed substance such as a diamond, emerald, or ruby, but it will naturally take on the condition of the one who wears it. If the vibration is low, the stone will lose its luster, while if the thought is transcendent, that stone will shine intensely. When one becomes a sincere student who reaches the light, they must qualify everything in their environment with the quality of their I Am presence. No matter the appearance, if fear makes you believe in a disturbing presence, you are responsible. For if there were a disturbing presence, and you qualify it with the I Am presence, you will see how impossible it would be for it to disturb you. There is only one energy acting, and the moment you recognize in it the I Am presence, you have requalified that activity perfectly. Waiting is a powerful qualifying consciousness. Intense waiting is something extraordinary. It always manifests. Man has created over the centuries a veil that hides him from these transcendent spheres. Now, if he created it, then common sense and reason tell him that he can dissolve this creation, a powerful radiation to the students, radiation that will be sustained until they receive this dictated work today. But to convey to them the simplicity happiness and certainty with which the idea can be materialized through thought and creative feelings is something to meditate on. This will dissolve the action of "I cannot" and instead say "I can" and "I am" to every affirmation and decree, adding that they wish to retain the memory of every experience and result. If students remain attentive from time to time, they will receive the enlightenment that will bring them all the confidence they need. Hold on to an idea and know that all knowledge you need will come instantly when you allow your attention to focus on something. At that moment, you give it the power to act in your world, meaning there can be no quality or appearance in your world other than those you yourself attribute to it. Chapter 9. One of the most important things, even for the most sincere students, is the necessity of devoting time to meditation in the morning or evening. To stir outer activity so that the inner presence can emerge unobstructed. To meditate truly means to feel the active presence of God. That is why when you enter meditation, you must not drag along all the disturbances that have attacked you up to that moment. You must consciously eliminate from feeling and attention anything that might disturb, for it is an attitude to feel the presence of God and not to solve all problems. When you uttered that affirmation, "Know the truth and it shall make you free," the intention was to recognize and accept the activity of the great I Am presence. Thus, become aware that I Am is the first principle and immediately feel the absolute sensation of liberation. Now know that I Am is the active presence governing all manifestation in your life and your world perfectly. Then you will have reached the truth that will give you all freedom. I must speak of something that would be laughable if it were not so serious. You would punish your dog if it constantly brought bones into the kitchen or onto the living room carpet. Naturally, this would seem inharmonious to you. Don't you know, dear student of truth, that when you allow your thoughts to stir up unpleasant experiences, you are doing something far worse than what the dog does? The problem, and what seems so difficult to understand, is that under no circumstances should one stop the water that has already flowed under the bridge. In other words, unpleasant experiences, losses, or any imperfections that have occurred in your life should never be embraced and retained in the present. They belong to the past. Forget and forgive. Giving and forgiving is divine. For example, if an individual embarked on a business venture and failed, it is always because of the mental disharmony of their activity and feelings. If everyone in similar circumstances firmly maintained that only the presence of God is in action, they would experience perfect success from the moment we all have free will. Whoever does not control their sensory world will find themselves destroying it, theirs and that of others. Such is the great law. Unless the individual corrects their thoughts and feelings and keeps them corrected, every incarnate being has committed a multitude of mistakes. For this reason, no one should allow themselves an attitude like, "I am holier than you," but instead, one must invoke the law of forgiveness. For if you feel criticism, condemnation, or hatred towards another child of God, you will know that you can never prosper. Instead, mentally say to the person in question, "I send you the fullness of my divine love to bless and prosper you." It is this attitude that frees from the failures of outer activity. Those who constantly turn in their minds and discussions around a failed enterprise must know that in the end they will destroy themselves, not calling upon the law of forgiveness to completely erase this situation. He who harbors a vindictive attitude towards a wrong, real or imagined, will attract upon themselves mental and physical inability. This old adage, "Unless you forgive, how do you expect to be forgiven?" is one of the most serious laws of human experience. If you could see how the things you no longer want cling when you allow yourself to revisit the discord considered irreparable, the greatest thing humanity has sought is actually peace and freedom, which are always the gateways to happiness. There is only one way to receive this, and that is to know God in the I Am presence, and to realize that this presence is the only intelligence acting in your life and your world at all times. Embrace this, live it. One of the most astonishing things I have witnessed since I have been in the ascended state is the misconceived idea of financial freedom. There is only one rock on which eternal financial freedom can be built, and that is to know and feel every fiber of the I Am being, the substance, the opulence already perfected in my world, of all constructive things I can conceive or desire. That is true financial freedom. This concept will bring it to you and will not let you escape. On the other hand, man can consciously or unconsciously use whatever of this I am presence or divine energy is necessary to accumulate millions of dollars through outer activity. But where is the certainty that you will retain them? I assure you, it is impossible. No being in the physical world can retain accumulated wealth if they do not account to God, who is the power that produces and maintains it. You see before you constant examples of great wealth disappearing overnight. There have been thousands in recent years where this has occurred. And even after having lost it, if you make the conscious decision, I am the wealth of God in action, now manifested in my life and my world, the door would immediately be opened to you to receive abundance again. Why do we say again? Because if they were wealthy, they had built a great momentum of confidence. All conditions were met for the wealth to continue, but in most cases of these losses, entry is permitted to great depressions, often of hatred and condemnation, which close the door to progress. Let me assure you, dear children of God, that there has never been in this world such a bad condition that is outside the activity of the I Am presence, with its eternal strength and value to rebuild financial independence. I want students to understand the following. In these days of collapsing thrones and individual fortunes, they need to know and understand that their wealth disappeared due to ignorance, misunderstanding. The I Am presence within them, God in action, is the sure rebuilder of faith, trust, wealth, or whatever they wish to focus in their conscious attention, and thus they allow this inner energy to flow through their desires, for it is the only power that has never failed. Any individual who has experienced an apparent economic loss must immediately use the wonderful affirmation of Jesus, I am the resurrection and the life. I tell you frankly, dear student, there is no hope either in heaven or on earth for one who persists in harboring in their consciousness thoughts and segments of criticism, condemnation, and hatred of any kind, and this even includes slight aversion. This brings us to the viewpoint that only your own activity and world concern you. It is not for you to judge another, for you do not know the forces that influence them or their conditions. You only know the angle you see them from. And I tell you that if someone sends thoughts of criticism, condemnation, and hatred to another person who would be totally innocent of any harm, they would be committing something worse than physical murder. Why is that? Because thought and feeling form the only creative power, and even if that feeling and thought cannot harm the object, they must be returned and bring back the conditions sent by the individual who launched them, always with accumulated energy. Thus, such detrimental thoughts towards others destroy the enterprises and businesses of those who send them. There is no other possible way to avoid it unless that individual wakes up and consciously reverses the currents. Let's go a little further. Throughout the ages, there have been business associations in which one or two people had the deliberate intention to harm, and other individuals, absolutely innocent, were blamed and imprisoned. I tell you, it is an infallible law that those who can cause the imprisonment of innocent people, depriving them of their freedom of action, attract the same experience into their own lives until the third and fourth subsequent incarnation. I would rather die 1,000 times than be the instrument that could deprive one of God's children of their freedom. There is no greater crime in human experience today than the use of circumstantial evidence, because in 99 cases out of 100, it is discovered afterward that it was entirely false. Sometimes the truth is never known by outer senses. Dear students, let no one among those seeking the light become a judge of any child of God. Suppose someone we love dearly acts foolishly. What does the world generally do first? Judge and criticize them. The most powerful thing one can do for that person is to forgive them, fill them with love, and know mentally, I am God in action, the only intelligence and activity controlling this brother or sister. Continuing to talk to them mentally is the greatest help one can offer. Often, verbal arguments with such an individual create an antagonistic condition, intensifying instead of erasing activity. In silent work, you would reach your goal with absolute certainty. No one can know what the I am presence of another wishes to be. These are vital truths that, when used, would bring great peace into the lives of others, Often efforts in certain projects cannot prevent their ruin, for there is in the consciousness of the individuals involved hidden judgment and condemnation, or a feeling of concealed hatred towards another. The student or individual who wishes to progress rapidly in the light must never fall asleep until they have broadcast their love to every person they may have considered to have wronged them at any given time. This thought of love goes directly like an arrow to the consciousness of the other individual, for there is nothing to stop it, and it generates its quality and power where it is sent. It is certain that it is returned at the same moment it is sent. No element is the cause of so much bodily and mental discomfort as the feeling of hatred sent to another individual. One cannot predict how this will react in the mind and body of the one to whom it is sent. What you send may have one effect on one individual and a different effect on another. It must be well understood that resentment or the feeling of grudge is nothing but a form of hatred to a lesser degree. A wonderful life principle is as follows: I am the perfect creative thought and feeling that permeate all consciousnesses and hearts worldwide, everywhere. This is a marvelous thing because it not only brings peace and rest to the one who sends or generates it, but it also brings forth limitless gifts from this presence. Another affirmation is, I am the great law of divine justice and protection acting in the minds and hearts worldwide. You can apply and use this with tremendous force and power in all circumstances. Another one is, I am the divine love that fills minds and hearts everywhere. Absolutely everything in human experience can be governed by the I am presence. The use of the I am presence is the highest activity that can be taught. When you say I am, you put God into activity. When you feel and know the immensity of the use of this expression, then you will realize the great power of I am. When you say, I am the power of Almighty God, there is no other power that can act. You will have fully released and activated the presence of God. Another affirmation, I am conscious memory and understanding. By using these things, when you say the I am presence, clothe me with my robe of eternal and transcendent light, it truly acts at that moment. The secret place of the Most High is the I am presence. The sacred things I reveal to you must not be set aside. They are like pearls. Strive always to know I am with perfect poise in your speech and actions at all times, for I am is the protective presence, so the guard is always present. God's energy is always waiting to be directed. Contained within the expression I am is self-sustained activity. Now that you know that time does not exist, this leads you to instant action, and your precipitation will soon take place in proceeding with manifestation. You will always feel absolute calm. Metaphysical affirmations for the person involved in a complete legal case. I am the law. I am justice. I am the judge. I am the jury. Knowing that I am is all-powerful, affirm then that only divine justice can be done here. From the thread of centuries of activity, we have come to the focal point where the experiences of ages enter into instant action, where all time and space transform into the sole presence of God in action. Now, knowing that God's presence I am beats within your heart, you then know that your heart is the voice of God, and that as you meditate and say, I am the supreme and intelligent activity of my mind and heart, you will bring to it the true and divine feeling in which you can trust. For so long humanity has lived by loving only with the circumference of the circle. Once the student truly becomes aware that God is love, and that God's activity, love, projects through the heart, they will understand that by focusing on the desire to project love for any cause, they can generate love to an unlimited degree. This is the supreme privilege of the outer activity of consciousness. Humanity has not yet understood that divine love is a power, a presence, an intelligence, a light, and an entity that can be amplified to the size of an unlimited flame. This ability of every individual, especially if they are a student of the light, to generate this presence of love that becomes an invincible and infinite entity, peaceful, present, wherever the individual turns. There are those who believe and say that love cannot be commanded, and I say that love is the first principle of life and can be generated to any degree and without limit for infinite use. Such is the majestic privilege and the conscious and directed use of love. When I say generate, I mean to open the door through conscious devotion to the emanation of this inexhaustible source of divine love, which is the heart of your being, the heart of the universe. In contemplation of this infinite power of love, students will become such a source of emanation that they can consciously dispose of infinite light by directing it. When my dear students wish to accelerate their release from certain outer activities, from certain troublesome pains, I recommend they affirm, I am the presence that commands the inexhaustible energy, the divine wisdom, making my desire fulfilled. This will free you from any undesirable condition and is the way permitted by the very law of your being. And now that you know this, you can also know, furthermore, that this I am presence now remains untouched by any disturbing outer condition. Serenely I fold my wings and remain in the perfect action of divine law and in the justice of my being, commanding that all within my circle appear in perfect divine order. This is the greatest privilege of the student and should be their command at all times. Let me tell you something that should be very encouraging for you. Every student who struggles to reach the light is being shaped, just like the finest steel, so that they last the longest, withstand better everything, and are the strongest. This is what life experience brings to the individual when they aspire to be liberated. And these troubling experiences are nothing but character strengthening to give them the ultimate, the most perfect and eternal mastery over all external things. So, with this understanding, you can rejoice in the experience, for it brings you back to the glorious and wondrous presence I am to bathe in it. Thus, dear student, do not despair amidst experiences that seem overwhelming. Face them joyfully, for each step forward leads to the eternal destiny and need not be repeated. Let the student always remember to use the following affirmation. I am the strength, the courage, the power to move through any experience, whatever it may be, and I remain joyful, uplifted, filled with peace and harmony at all times through the glorious presence that I am. For the athlete, the moment before the race is filled with glorious anticipation. But as they approach the finish line and the opponent draws near, they make all their final efforts. Their breath fails them, and with one last leap they reach the victory line. The same goes for students on the path. You know that with the practice of the I am presence, they cannot fail. So all that's left for them is to grit their teeth, prepare for whatever is necessary, and bid farewell to the opponent with a wave of the hand. But luckier than the athlete is the student who knows from the start that they cannot fail. For I am is the inexhaustible and intelligent energy that sustains me. The power of precipitation is within me in the I am presence. This must be reminded at all times. I am the life principle in this body, in all places, up to the heart of God. I am the governing intelligence of the universe. Then, when I want to precipitate something, no matter what it is, I know that I am the active power. I am the guiding intelligence. I am the substance that is used, and now I bring it forth into visible manifestation for my use. Meditating on this phrase I have just expressed will allow the student to enter into this activity without tension or anxiety. What the student is faced with in this matter of precipitation is the question of money. The first question is always how to precipitate money without interfering with or exceeding the limit set by the National Treasury. Since money has been established as a standard of value and is, so to speak, backed or covered by gold, this standard, i.e., the safety of any issue, it must be remembered that there have been countless disasters of all kinds where gold and shipments of money worth billions have been lost. Similarly, thousands of tons of gold from various countries have disappeared, swallowed by the oceans, and buried deepest by disasters that occurred. Therefore, as precipitation is made from the air, gold in its natural state should be in enormous quantities for there to be a danger of exceeding the permitted limit for use. Furthermore, gold is always legal in its use, and as the world offers a premium for larger quantities of gold to be produced, why not precipitate it and thus benefit the world? I am not responsible for the questions you wish to ask when presenting your precipitation of gold. You do not realize the extent of the curiosity of the outer mind as soon as attention is drawn to gold. unless you know of owning a mine where to extract it. For example, the human mind immediately lights up at any request to investigate the origin of your gold. It is a subtle form of questioning to find out your source. My recommendation is to respond to these inquiries by affirming that it is gold, that you don't care where you acquired it from. Test it, analyze it. If it's not 100% gold, you can reject it. If it is pure gold, you are bound to receive it according to the law of your government. However, do not forget that the I Am presence is the one governing it. It is the one that precipitates and makes it circulate smoothly. Chapter 11. This is the first time that the presence of this luminous entity is brought to the attention of the outside world. From it come the names of the Himalayan mountains. Since they have been known, they have constituted a sacred life current and maintained unshaken. That is why the souls who entered into their radiation were lifted to union with its flashing form, from where they sent their rays of activity to bless humanity. In fact, from there comes the great magnetism of Tibet. Similarly, the fate of India and America has been intertwined like two vines gathering the tree of life. Thus comes again the radiant help to blend minds in harmony so that their progress may continue without interruption. Today, there are thousands of forerunners of India reincarnated in America. Similarly, thousands of Americans are reborn in India to bring their blend and balancing process to both parts of the earth. This great entity, which has been presented to you after many centuries in the Great Silence, takes this step to consciously exercise the process of mind and manifestation, offering you the cup of spiritual liquid fire, pouring it into the hearts of humanity to awaken in them a greater desire for light from the great source of light. I am God in action everywhere. The entry of this great presence into human activity will spread like a thread of light through all the Americas, and extending its luminous presence like a mantle of golden snow falling gently, will be absorbed by human minds, most of which will not realize it. However, some will feel this penetrating inner presence. If those under this radiation continue in a beautiful and harmonious progress, it will be possible to bring to their attention certain activities of the nerve fluid, speeding up their material on the outer form. This means mastering all conditions that seem to imprison them. You must be watchful, as well as your disciples, to reverse all negative conditions that appear to the senses. As an example, if you feel cold, reverse the awareness and ensure it's not true, that normal temperature is fine. If you feel hot, reverse it with the consciousness of normal coolness. If you are exuberant with joy because of good news, say peace, calm down. It is not appropriate to disturb the balance of the scale. The law of rhythm decrees calm, rest and security, the ideal in all communications of the senses being to move along the middle line, maintaining the tranquil mastery of the I Am. This will allow the establishment of a fluid and continuous current of energy and creative ideas coming from the heart of the great central sun, from where the great being, the Himalayan God, emanates. It will also enable you to receive and use the radiant energy much more widely. The reason I have drawn your attention to him is so that you can receive unlimitedly this energy, in addition to that which you extract through your own conscious efforts. Students must understand that the masters do not come to them through individual initiative, but it is the masters who have chosen the students to receive their radiation. This is a privilege that cannot be qualified in words, only felt or seen. Furthermore, the master's mission is not to take on your responsibilities or solve your problems, but to communicate the intelligent understanding that disciples can apply in their lives to solve their own problems. This is how they gain strength, courage, and confidence to progress step by step in the conscious mastery that dominates the self and the external world. When a moment arises in spiritual growth where we hear the students invoke us with great sincerity, "Great Masters, help us solve our problems," to give them courage and strength, I will tell them that they have no idea of the radiant presence of the Masters, bringing them strength, courage, confidence, and light. The students are totally unaware of this. There is only one fame that anyone possessing wisdom can use to bring permanent help to these brothers who ask for assistance, and that is to instruct them in these simple laws that will give them victory and domination over the self and the external world. By doing what these students ask, that is, solving their problems, it only recalls their progress and weakens them intensely. Only by decreeing their own strength will victories be won, and the confidence which can come in no other way will be gained. Thus, the student comes into full possession of their own powers with the conscious practice of their powerful I am presence. The student advances without hesitation towards their goal of victory. The reason why we do not reveal to the student the assistance that the masters bring them is to prevent them from relying on external support. This would be the greatest mistake we could make, as it would make our presence known, which would lead the student to rely on us. Furthermore, the student has nothing to fear and must know that we always bring them all possible assistance according to the level of advancement they reach. The I Am Presence, the Ascended Legion, and Master Jesus are all one and the same thing. Through the use and recognition of the I Am Presence, I assure you that you can positively produce any quality you wish to manifest in the outer consciousness. You just have to try it. What everyone must constantly remind the outer consciousness is that when one says, I am this or that, one puts God into action, and that is individual life, the life of the universe, the energy of the universe, the intelligence at the heart of the universe, governing absolutely everything. It is essential and vital to constantly remind the outer consciousness of this truth. This consciousness produces joyful enthusiasm that will continually increase. At no time should there be a halt in the joy of this usage, for it is absolutely the path to total mastery. Students must realize that they are the conscious power that controls their lives and their worlds, and that they can fill them with any necessary quality. Those who suffer from intermittent physical disturbances must often become aware that I am the perfectly controlled breath of my body, and in connection with this, they must also practice as often as they can rhythmic breathing. This will give them a respiratory balance that is of immense help for thought control. A very important thing for sincere students is to avoid listening to disturbing and negative things, as they let in undesirable elements that seep in unconsciously. When it is materially impossible to avoid them, the following statement must be made. I am the protective presence that instantaneously consumes anything seeking to disturb me. Thus, not only do you protect yourself, but you also help the other person. Although one should not be afraid of anything, it is necessary to maintain a conscious guard until you have acquired enough mastery to control thoughts, feelings, and receptivity. Strive to remain as much as possible in the joy and enthusiasm of the I Am presence. Give it all the power and keep no questions in your mind. Throw everything to the winds, give it all and await its magical revelations. The wonderful and miraculous presence is the one that can solve all things, all problems, and answer all questions requiring revelation and answers. A powerful affirmation of immense assistance is, I am the miraculous presence working in everything I need done. Those who meditate or contemplate what I or I am means receive results, revelations, and blessings beyond estimation. I am confident your disciples will soon begin to feel and manifest the extraordinary activity of this presence. I already feel it within you. While your body sleeps, there is constant visitation and exchange of assistance in higher realms, something your outer being cannot know. As soon as you can calm the outer mind and bring it under control, a tremendous amount of revelations will come rushing into your mind. And knowing that I am the very essence of all that I desire, you already know it is possible for you to visibly and tangibly produce anything you hold in consciousness as a pressing need. Master Himalaya desired to come to this plane. He brings a special blend of America and India, which is why it is possible for him to appear here. As the inner presence becomes active, all other activity ceases. This is logical and necessary, because activity obeys the I Am presence. Golden snow is being spread over the Americas by the presence, to be absorbed not only by individuals, but also by the particles of the atmospheres. As for the students who voluntarily transform themselves into centers of this emanation, they are blessed and assisted. Students must understand that certain qualities necessary for progress are lacking, both nationally and individually. That is why great special entities come to Earth, endowed with the predominant qualities that the situation requires at any given time. Students who can understand this will find a new element entering their lives, which will be greatly beneficial to them. The attitude of waiting or expectancy is vital when expecting to receive something from the inner presence. It is generally a beneficial faculty for those who cultivate it. For example, if we have a project we are eagerly awaiting, we feel full of expectancy. We can use this expectancy as great assistance for manifesting what we desire. If you call someone on the phone to meet you at a place in town, you go out with the expectation of the encounter. Likewise, if you wish to know the masters, a condition for achieving this is expecting to see them. Why not start expecting now? Chapter 12. The experiences arising from life's apparent mysteries, when well understood, are disguised blessings. For any experience that brings us back to the sole I Am presence, God in action will have served us wonderfully and blessedly. Unfortunate situations occur because people always seek the external origins of their existence, inspiration and also love, which are only the supreme presence and its power in the universe. Regardless of the conditions we must face, we must not lose sight of the fact that love is the axis of the universe around which everything revolves. This does not mean that we must love disharmony, discordance, or anything that does not resemble Christ, but we can love God in action, the I Am presence everywhere. For the opposite of hate is love, and no one can hate without having first deeply loved. Each human being is a power, and must be the governing principle of their life and their world. Indeed, within every human being, the I Am presence is always active, and one can see that each one holds in their physical hands the center of power. One must remember that the invisible presence of God is at all times the active intelligence of their world and their affairs. This keeps their attention away from the outer presence, which never contains the truth unless illuminated by the I Am presence. No matter the problem to be solved, there is only one power, one presence, and one intelligence that can solve it. It is the recognition of the presence of God, against which no external activity can interfere, unless attention, consciously or unconsciously, separates from this recognition and acceptance of the supreme power of God. The vital principle, continually active, always seeks to express itself in its natural perfection. But human beings, with their free will, qualify it consciously or unconsciously with all kinds of distortions. The individual who firmly keeps their attention on the I Am presence in God and with God becomes an invincible power against which no human manifestation can prevail. By becoming aware that I am here, I am there, people appear to help us when needed, because the I Am is present in these friends as well. The release from all dominion or interference can only come through this I Am presence, God in action, in the individual's life. Often it takes great tenacity to cling to the presence when appearances seem to dominate. There is an old saying that no one has failed until they surrender. This is true, for as long as an individual is one with God as the governing intelligence, no human activity can interfere with the great emanation flowing around them through the ages. Humanity has focused its attention on appearances, thus inviting all sorts of discordance and disturbances. But today, thousands of people understand that God's presence within them is absolutely invincible, continuously lifting them above the injustice, discord, and disharmony of the outer creation. As long as humans do not learn to maintain their focus on the I Am presence or the inner God, they will find themselves surrounded by the undesirable. But through this I Am presence, everyone has the power to rise above the discord and disturbances of this outer creation. At first, it is challenging to remain steadfast when cloudy appearances seem to pass, but the dynamic activity of attention fixed on the inner presence of God is like the ray that penetrates and dissolves the threat of the storm. As it progresses, one feels increasingly invincible in the face of human creation, which causes so much disruption. Jesus' phrase, "Know the truth, and it shall set you free," was undoubtedly one of the greatest and simplest truths. For the great foundation is to know that this great truth to which he referred was the remembrance of the invincible presence of the inner God. If you know it and are sure of it and repeat it on every occasion, then you know that you have the presence within you. The next step is to determine, I am the illuminating presence through which nothing I need to know can be withheld, for I am wisdom. I am the revealing power that brings everything before me for me to understand and act accordingly. It's very easy. Once it is understood that I am the only intelligence, and presence acting, seeing how you hold the scepter in your physical hands, and through this I am presence, you can compel everything you need to know to be revealed to you, and I guarantee you that this does not interfere in any way with another individual's free will, and there is neither error nor harm in claiming and asking for what is rightfully yours, because in doing so, you are not interfering with anyone. If at any time someone tries to take away what belongs to us, we have the right to demand through the I am presence that the whole situation be adjusted, or that what is ours be returned. In this, we must be very careful when we set the divine law in love, and divine justice begins to manifest, not to be filled with pity and interrupt the action of the law. When humans are entirely governed by their outer being and do not think of the power of God that gives them life, they very easily commit all sorts of injustices. But that does not mean that we will allow them to do so in our own world, especially when we know that we have the power of God to command and demand correction and justice everywhere. Let me give you an example. One of my students had a problem, and being very spiritual, I told her to affirm her rights and justice. She followed my advice, and things started happening for those who wanted to act unfairly towards her. Out of their kindness, they began to regret and wish they had not sought justice. They came to see me and asked what to do, and I replied to them, affirm yourself in the decree you made. You are not responsible for the lessons that the individuals who wronged you must learn, so let them receive their lessons and do not let it disturb you. When humans start to act wrongly at that moment, they trigger the great universal law of retribution and cannot prevent this retribution from striking them one day, somewhere, in the same way that they cannot stop the action of the planets. For the innocent victim, retribution seems to take a long time to appear, but the longer it takes, the more powerful its action when it does occur. There is no human being who can escape this law. Many students have believed that something bad is sent to them by another, but I can assure you that this is not the case. The only way is to not let unwanted thoughts enter that make room for hatred, criticism, and condemnation. So if that is done, you will have created that thing you believe. One who knows the power of God within oneself has nothing to fear from anyone. Everyone can experience the fullness of God's activity in their life and world simply by choosing what you want to have. If you want peace and harmony, know this: I am the power that produces them. If you want adjustments in your affairs, know this: I am the intelligence and power that produces them, and no other external activity can prevent it. In the apparent mystery of life's incessant activity, this great I Am presence is always ready to bless you with inconceivable grace if you allow it. And how do you allow it? By joyfully accepting this great presence and power within you. And do not hesitate to invoke it to act even in the smallest details of your daily life, no matter how insignificant they may seem to you. For there is no other energy in the universe acting through your consciousness, your mind, your body, and your world. Say often in everything you want to see manifested, I am the presence. This opens the channel for God's power to act, bringing you what is right. Have no pity for what is external, and which, in its ignorance, acts wrongly, whether in you or in someone else. Remain calm and serene, knowing that God is the only intelligence and power acting in your world and your affairs. I am within you is the force and self-healing manifesting in your mind and body. This keeps you in greater harmony by turning to God, the energy. To command every situation always arises. People who understand this law are not subject to the injustice or conditions it tries to impose. The outer self of others often reminds this to the outer mind. Always ensure that within you there is only the presence and power of God acting within you and your affairs. Repeat in many circumstances that there is nothing hidden that is not revealed to me. This affirmation is very necessary. Also remember that faced with what others do, The safeguard is to fill them with divine love. When people try to find pleasure in doing harm and injustice to another, they do not succeed because they always lose a faculty by which they could have found pleasure. Others have the same privilege as you to align with God, and if they do, it's not your concern. God is the omniscient presence and power who knows and discovers all things. You can say for another, "Dear Presence, I am in this individual. I invoke your conscious power, your perfection, your wisdom, and your guiding intelligence to make everything right for them and to receive the peace and rest they so desperately need. I am the commanding and directing presence. Let it be done now." Raise their consciousness to the incandescent light in which they can see and know the peace and beauty that belong to them through their own creation and service. It's a mistake to allow compassion to lead us into very destructive conditions. Take the stance of, "I am the only acting presence here to help those who have left the earthly plane. I am the presence that maintains this person in their own sphere, teaching and enlightening." If the student can grasp the right idea of filling their own divine being with love, they will receive total relief from all discord to perfect the conditions. I am the presence that orders and heals this situation. Humanity in general and doctors in particular have terribly distorted things. The individual who wishes to ascend to the I am presence and live there needs the energy they are precisely wasting. Doctors are largely responsible for this terrible condition because they teach and advocate the excitement of sexual appetite, which is the greatest channel of waste humanity has. This makes it impossible to cling sufficiently to the I am presence to attain mastery. This constitutes 95% of the cause of aging, loss of sight, hearing, and memory, because these faculties cease to function when the flow of vital energy to the cellular structure of the brain mass stops. But individuals do not receive this well until they learn it the hard way. Willpower can do nothing without this vital energy. The energy that man wastes is the force that would enable him to hold firmly to the I am presence. It's the life he needs to cling to the presence of God, I am. When the outer self has spent centuries using life force to create closed conditions, this waste becomes an open and constant drain against individual consciousness. There is only one way to change what is built by this mistaken channel that keeps the being attached to misuse and mismanifestation. Whenever the opportunity or expression of the false concept arises, immediately direct your thoughts to the higher self. Many people believe it is possible to control sexual desire by sheer willpower, by forcing themselves to master the impulse, whether it be sex, alcohol, cigarettes, drugs, or any other vice. This is futile because what is gained is repression that forces one to stop. Instead, the only thing to do is to change the focus and get out of it like this. I am the presence that changes this and changes it now, because God's action is always instantaneous in all erroneous conditions. The first step is to invoke the law of forgiveness and the transmuting violet flame. Remember that setting something in motion or energizing it acts instantaneously when I am is used. It sets the power of God in motion and acts. Perhaps one of the most lamentable states in which a human being can live is what is called the legal right to keep another being in sexual activity when they already want to free themselves and get out of that situation. For even in the ignorance of the outer mind, there are natures that have a powerful development of the activity of love. Pure love never acts below the heart. True love never demands sexual contact of any kind. The major ascent of light is always with those who desire to act justly. Send them your thoughts, and you will receive their help. You possess invulnerable and invincible power if you are one of those who know and practice the I am presence. The law of forgiveness is the open door to reach the heart of God. It is the keynote, the axis of the universe. These are the deepest points of this discussion. Do not use them to teach beginners, as they will not understand. Chapter 13. I am the resurrection and the life. I am the energy you use in every action. I am the light illuminating every cell of your being. I am the intelligence, the wisdom guiding each of your efforts. I am the omnipresent, limitless substance you can use and bring into form. I am your strength, your perfect understanding. I am your ability to consistently apply. I am the truth that gives you perfect freedom now. I am the open door to God's light that never fails. I thank you for being completely immersed in this light, using perfect understanding. I am your vision that sees all visible and invisible things. I am your hearing, listening to the bells of freedom I now have. I am your ability to feel the most intoxicating fragrance. I am the totality of the perfection you desire to manifest. I am the complete understanding, power, and use of all that perfection. I am the total revelation and use of all the powers of my being that I am. I am love, the great driving power behind every action. I desire to give the students under this writing the most affectionate warning to watch their emotions, never to accept a feeling of envy of another's progress. Every student must always remember, no matter what happens, that other students are not their concern, except to know that I am the presence of God there in action. If a student admires and mentally wonders about another's progress, they significantly delay their own evolution, and in no aspect is this acceptable. Every student must understand that their only concern is to harmonize, accelerate, and expand their own mind and world. Once students understand that the only urgent demand of the great law of their being is the harmony of their mind and feelings, perfection will quickly manifest. If this is not maintained, they will not be able to progress beyond a certain point. As soon as students realize this and start using the I am presence to command harmony and silence their outer activity, they will realize that they can see, feel, and be the perfection they have long desired. When students and friends have deep and sincere love for each other, that love is the greatest blessing and most stimulating power. It's a way for the student to constantly examine themselves, to evaluate the power that is acting within them. If one feels critical, curious, or inharmonious towards a person, condition, place, or thing, it is a sure sign that the outer self is acting, and the attitude to adopt is to correct it immediately. Particularly, students must understand that the only thing to do is to feel, see, and be perfection in their own world. This is extremely important, and it's why I emphasize it so much at this stage, because when students begin to experience unusual manifestations initially, there is sometimes the temptation to think, I can use the law better than that other person. You know, without having to say it, it's a mistake. One cannot use the I am manifestation intellectually for long without beginning to feel a deeper conviction. Whenever I am all things, often think about what these two wonderful words mean and always associate with their use the affirmation, when I say I am, I set in motion the unlimited power of God in the expression with which I associate I am in the statement. Before Abraham was, I am. Abraham represents the outer expression of life, and I am represents the principle of life that was the expression through Abraham. Thus, there was the perfection of life before any manifestation occurred, and that's how life is without beginning or end. My dear student, my heart greatly rejoices at how closely some of you feel the conviction of the majestic presence I am. Do your best to calmly, serenely feel, and if you cannot see it otherwise, close your eyes and see perfection everywhere. You will receive more and more evidence of the wonderful presence of this truth. You will hear, feel, see, and experience this wonder of wonders that, like children, you have lived and performed miracles. The descriptions and explanations of using this powerful I am presence have been written for your benefit. You who cling to truth will come to see, hear, and experience these so-called miracles, until you understand how they happen. Then they will become simple truths for you to apply forever once understood. With all my experience, I can only tell you, as encouragement, that my heart overflows with joy at your approach to taking center stage. Move forward, my brave one. Do not falter. Grasp your scepter of dominion. Lift it, for I am the center, the unquenchable flame, the dazzling light, the perfection you once knew. Come, let me hold you in my strong embrace, so that where there have been two for so long, there is now only one. I am the wise one, the builder, the expressed perfection. Now, I address once again those individuals who want their problems solved. There is only one presence in the universe that can and always does resolve any problem, and that presence is I am. Present everywhere, beloved, let me tell you with all the love I feel, it is worthless to try to solve a problem. Then, where there was one, a dozen may appear. But when you know that the perfect attitude is to enter into the I am presence, and that it is the indisputable resolver of every problem, you will make all problems disappear as surely as I speak to you. Because when you live in the I am presence constantly, calmly, and with enough determination, instead of having many problems where none have been resolved, you will have entered the state where there are none. I command the power in these words today to convey to all who hear or read them the true conviction and understanding that lies behind them to the brain. I am accelerating the cells of this brain structure, causing its expansion and receiving the intelligent guidance of the mighty inner presence. You must know that if you have the power to consciously qualify your thoughts in the way you desire through the I am presence, no one can tell you what you must do, for you are a free being endowed with free will. If you could be aware of every thought passing through your mind for 6 weeks and keep it qualified with perfection, you would see the most astonishing results. Say often, I am the inner master. I govern and control all my thought processes in the perfection of Christ as I want them to be. Take the eternal position that I am what I want to be. You must consciously use the I am presence always, seldom. Even among students, the profound meaning of the I am presence has been understood only occasionally, except during the retreats of the ascended masters. Jesus was the first to give it importance in the outer world. I seriously insist on not giving any consideration to the element of time. Manifestation comes instantaneously when you give enough freedom to the I am presence. Walk, apply, seize, and let the I am presence manage the element of time. When you make a decree of truth and stand by it, you must receive the external which has no power in itself. Your duty is simply to know that the I am presence sometimes acts without your awareness. The outer self waits for the moment of manifestation. I can communicate to you the conviction and feeling that when you give orders in the name of the I am presence, Almighty God goes into action. Never forget that when you work with personalities, you work with external human creation, and you have every right and power to command their silence and obedience, whether in your own outer self or in another. If you could count to 10 before speaking, you could control any sudden impulse. And behind that, there is an almighty law that can greatly assist the student. When there is a sudden impulse, there is a release or pouring out of accumulated energy. If it's anger, this energy is instantly qualified with anger or destruction of some kind. The power of self-discipline would say that only God's perfection emerges. This would handle any condition of controlled impulse with which the individual struggles. When the student has already let out something undesirable, what must be done is to consciously consume it instantly. The continued use of God bless this, directed toward inanimate things, brings incredible achievements. The easy way to see and feel perfection is to qualify every outgoing thought and feeling with perfection. When the urge to do anything comes, instantly qualify it with perfection. Story of the locomotive in a small town, the whistle is the warning, the I am is the locomotive's control. Ordinary human beings would not think of crushing children and killing them. However, they release qualified energy through thought, feeling, and words that kill. The highest impulses in others, if your personality is not controlled and governed, have the same qualities as all other personalities. But your I am presence is its perfect control. There is nothing more tragic in the world than a person having a limited thought about another person. A thought of imperfection directed towards a sensitive person can sometimes limit them for years, and the results are often very tragic. We must all grant mental freedom to everyone. If you speak of freedom for yourself, make sure to give it first to everyone. When there is a condition in another that you want to help, use this: I am the perfect manifestation there. The principle of energy and substance is the same. Substance has energy within naturally. The heart or center of substance is intelligent action. Vibration in its natural state is pure. Always, vibration is energy in action and must be qualified. The pulsation in all substance is the breath of God in action. Think as you breathe, I am the perfect energy of every breath. I am the pure atmosphere of my world. Get into the habit of constantly qualifying your world with perfection. The old habit of thinking of imperfection has filled your world in the past. Now the important thing is to be aware that all the time you are filling your world with perfection. The first thing you will do in the morning is to rise and say with feeling, I am the presence filling my world with perfection today. Do not worry about personalities by taking the position of I am perfection acting through any official. This stimulates the power of action. The first thing in the morning say, I qualify everything in my world today with perfection because I am perfection. I qualify this mind and body with absolute perfection and refuse to accept anything else. I am the miracle, and I am the presence bringing forth its manifestation through divine love, wisdom, and power. Chapter 14. I want to now draw your attention to the active presence of faith, hope, and charity. In this consideration, let's think of faith as the conquering, emanating power. Hope is the open door through the veil acting in pure presence. Charity is the determination not to think evil, speak evil, see evil, hear evil, feel evil. Students must always watch the internal activity of their external mind and not be deceived by its action. This may seem paradoxical, but it is not, and it is more important than it seems at first glance. If a feeling of resistance lurks in consciousness, tear it out by the roots, for you know it belongs to the outside and will obstruct the path of your success until you uproot it. Maintaining a gentle and peaceful disposition towards all things is the sure way to self-discipline and absolute mastery, essential for achieving all that you desire to accomplish. The cosmic masters of faith, hope, and charity, drawing your attention to these three principles always active in the life of humanity, I want to assure you that they are not only qualities within you, but they are beings of great light and advancement, also known as faith, hope, and charity. Students and individuals who make a conscious effort to cultivate and develop these qualities in their world find that they receive great assistance from these powerful and conscious beings, whose names stem from the individualizations of these qualities. They are self-aware and intelligent cosmic beings, whose special action towards humanity is to encourage and extend these qualities. Therefore, you must understand, students, that this is more than just a phrase or expression from the scriptures. At this moment, these great beings have emerged from cosmic silence because of the need for faith, hope, and charity in the minds and hearts of humanity. The sinister force that would have destroyed trust, hope, and charity in the minds of all peoples is doomed to fail. Out of apparently bad activity will come great good, for the hypnotic force that has been generated has exhausted its own energy. Many humans are now wondering what drove them to do certain things. After all, their own rebellion will generate the force that will be used to correct conditions. God is progress. It knows no defeat in anything. Let students always remember this, for it will help them maintain the peace and mental balance they so desperately need. The majestic being of charity has a natural force of dissolution and annihilation of hatred, criticism, and condemnation. It uses cosmic rays as a balancing force of the ethers, from which human beings draw their breath and sustenance. Thus, unwittingly, they absorb the fire of these rays. You know that when someone faints, often salts or ammonia are put under their nose. This is actually happening under humanity's nostrils. It is now breathing in this consuming presence. Here is something I want to seriously emphasize to the students. There are countless helpful means of assistance for the serious and sincere student, many of which are totally unknown to them. However, they will avail themselves of it if their desire for light is sincere. Detaching from everything and joyfully and firmly focusing on this powerful singular presence that I am provides you with a continuous flow of victories. No effort made in the name and presence of I am can ever fail, but one must continue to move from victory to victory until reaching and being able to use the scepter of complete dominion. I want to encourage and strengthen the progressive and important awareness of the law of forgiveness. The right way to call forth the action of the law of forgiveness is to say, I am the law of forgiveness and the consuming flame of all disharmonious action and human consciousness. This sets the complete action in motion. When we use the affirmation, "I call forth the law of forgiveness," we do not always complete the action. Because we must be aware of who and where is this intelligence that authorizes its fulfillment. When I observe the students, I find it important to insist on the frequent use of the "I am" presence, as it is already accomplishing noble things for them. My own being rises when I see among the students whose attention is held steadfastly on the "I am" presence, how they become powerful magnets of light, and how it rushes back to each one, just as a mother envelops a beloved child. If you could see and realize this for a moment, your determination would surge in the conquering flame from which one cannot turn away. The timing is opportune, and I am sending to you, and to each of the students, a conscious sphere of light enveloping the heart and brain of each, so that they may receive more continually the conscious blessing of the mighty "I am" presence. I believe that most of them will feel it, whether you do or not. Nothing can interfere with this blessing action. For those who sometimes encounter disturbances within themselves, I suggest using this affirmation and feeling it deeply. I am the conquering presence commanding peace, love, and harmony in my home and environment. Anyone who uses this with determination will be able to have a harmonious, peaceful, and loving atmosphere in their home. Some may need to act with great vigor to experience its continuous action. Many will often achieve immediate results. Engraving this into consciousness is recognizing the "I am" presence as the ruling power in their homes, for it is naturally the ruling presence. If students and individuals in general have difficulty maintaining self-control, let them sit in silence for 5 minutes, feeling deeply and telling themselves, "I am love, charity." They will find considerable relief from weaknesses. You know that the individual never faints, only the personality does. Therefore, if someone with this habit firmly takes the position that "I am the dominant presence forbidding this absurdity, and I eternally control my mind and body," they will control it forever. As soon as the slightest symptom begins to be felt, consciousness is quickly raised to "I am the dominant presence, and I maintain my consciousness here." It must be understood that by commanding the "I am" presence, one has absolute control over the body. The more you use this, the faster the manifestation will occur. If the great central sun is the center of the heart of the infinite, where is the center of the brain? In response, in the pure state, in the infinite as in the finite, where there is no imperfection, the activity of the brain and heart are one, because the driving force of all emerging activity is the love of the heart. Thus, in the pure state, the heart and brain are synonymous because love, wisdom, and power are contained within divine love. Infinite energy is always present, waiting to be used, but only acts in an individual's life under their conscious command. One reaches such progress that things unfold rapidly and seem automatic, but they are not. There is only one way to conscious mastery, and that is to consciously direct eternal energy towards everything you desire. This brings us now to another viewpoint. Desire is an indirect action of attention, but desire, supported by determined use of attention, is the cause of becoming an invincible manifestation. This will give you a slight idea of the importance of the union between conscious direction and desire. Conscious use of the "I am" presence is similar to consciously directed use of this energy towards an accomplishment. It must always be a joyful effort, never and under no circumstances a chore or a tension. For when you decree "I am the presence," the intelligence directing this energy towards a determined goal, you set the law in motion perfectly, easily, calmly, and you need no effort, like pulling hairs. Therefore, it must always be a calm, serene, and determined procedure. It must be understood that the student never chooses the master, but it is the master who chooses the student. And if the student understood this, the results would appear sooner. To contact the ascended masters, use "I am the presence" preparing the way and bringing visible contact with the beloved ascended masters. With the use of the "I am" presence, you have total control and unlimited power over all disturbing conditions. When you speak in the "I am" presence, you speak in the presence that the ascended being is. You must deeply understand that when you say "I am," it is the power of God acting, and it knows no failure. Chapter 15. From the glorious fullness of the light and omnipresent substance of God emanates the abundance of all things. The student who is strong and firm enough to maintain, alone with their mighty I Am presence, which never divides the presence and power of God, not even for a moment, will find themselves constantly elevated towards that mighty perfection, forever liberated from any sense or acknowledgement of limitation. The student who can remain undivided within this mighty presence is very fortunate. For the benefit of some students, very sincere yet unaware that their attention is part of this integral presence, I wish to present certain facts without any intention of interfering with the individual's free will. The elements I will cite are from our standpoint and cover the past 100 years. I wish to talk to you today about the deception of astrology. No living being can pay attention to astrology and at the same time enter into the I Am presence and remain there. Under the current use of astrology lies human desire and the opportunity to justify and satisfy external desires. Allow me to present to you a terrifying fact found in our archives. No subject or field of study has caused more failures and indirect crimes than the current deception of astrology. Recently, in the city of Chicago, a splendid metaphysical student, consciously accepting the deception of their horoscope, was driven to suicide. What humanity most needs, especially students, is the solid rock and consciousness of the mighty I Am, presence upon which they stand safely and free from the abysses constituted by external machinations. Students do not need to know the negative predictions of a future death or the so-called evil force of the star of destiny. They simply need to give credence to the invincible I Am presence which permeates all, which is the one and only life of your being, towards which your attention must be directed and firmly held. In the I Am presence, there is no height the student cannot reach, but if they turn their attention to astrology, numerology, and the many lodges of today, there will be no abyss they will not fall into. The current use of astrology bears no resemblance to its use centuries ago. At that time, it conveyed no negative statements. The great harm of fixing attention on it is that students accept far more negative statements than they care to admit. The sinister and negative force generated by humanity in the world always uses such things to gain and maintain attention, especially from progressing students, and thus keep them in what pulls them down instead of lifting them up. When there is a horoscope indicating someone's death, several minds fixate on this idea and indirectly commit a real crime, so subtle that individuals are horrified when it is demonstrated to them that they have taken part in it. But it is the truth. If you could see even for just a day, from the great internal viewpoint, the destructive force generated and used through the current use of astrology, you would flee from it, like a venomous serpent waiting to bite you and inject death into your veins. I am not telling you, dear student, in the name of your light and your progress, and of all progress, to remain within your own mighty I Am presence. Do not let your attention be captured or divided by anything external. If you wish to avoid the wheel of incarnation indefinitely from my loving heart, seeing and knowing from the internal viewpoint what you cannot yet do, I urge you to avoid anything that tastes of negative expression or condition. Then you will soar on the wings of your mighty I Am presence towards the freedom and eternal blessing of perfect, eternal, and limitless light. As I said, I do not want in any way to interfere with your free will, but the doors to eternal freedom are open to you if you believe in the truth that I have manifested. This will help you pass through these doors and receive the eternal blessing of the light waiting to envelop you. If there are conditions in your life, your home, or your environment that you want to get rid of, command through the I Am presence that they be dissolved and consumed before the mighty light and power, dear student, which is under that radiation. We will not revisit this point with you. May the I Am presence within you give you the ability to see the light and truth of what I have told you. I have seen in you the glorious light that can be accelerated into dazzling radiance, allowing you to express perfection. Therefore, I have humbly offered you my assistance of my own volition. However, if the personality persists in allowing its attention to be fixed on anything other than the mighty I Am presence, which I know to be the most powerful and only presence elevating and resolving all issues, then my modest efforts will have been in vain. I assure you, my beloved, that you have come to a point where you must rise or fall, with your determined attention and recognition constantly maintained on the mighty I Am presence. No condition, force, or persistence on earth or in heaven can prevent the incredible and glorious realization of eternal freedom and perfection if you do not have within you what causes the feeling and speaks to you of the great divine love that allows me to express this truth to you for your protection. So we must wait for the truth to truly appear within you. Once students and individuals have learned and recognized the mighty I Am presence, and then allow their attention to be captured or fixed on external things, consciously or unconsciously, which makes little difference, they will deliberately turn their backs on the presence that is the source of their being and life within them. I declare with all the love of my being that I am the presence that enables you to see and feel this truth and to stay there out of love for your own wonderful progress. Those who remain firm and sufficiently convinced of this powerful presence will find much evidence coming into their experience through its unlimited power and intelligence. Dear student, many hands of ascended beings are reaching out to you to offer their help, as soon as you can maintain your undivided attention on the active presence of God within you and firmly resist the influence of any external appearance. Truth is powerful and prevails. Feel your majestic presence all the time. It is a mistake for the student to feel disappointment because something they have worked on does not manifest instantly when they have not yet generated enough power and activation to produce it quickly. Attention must always be on the I Am only. Let's imagine that you have already decreed I Am, the mighty presence in action, and then, an hour later, you let your attention fixate on an unfavorable horoscope or on an external condition indicating some sort of disaster. Don't you see how that would nullify the decree, triggering the power of freedom emitted by me? Jesus said, "You cannot serve two masters." This means that you cannot divide your attention, for you must look at yourself, listen to yourself, and hear yourself. I tell you that you cannot progress if you empower anything other than your mighty I Am presence. Unfortunately, what happens to many students is that they do not hold firmly enough to the powerful truth of their being for long enough to gain the momentum and strength needed to stand still in the face of the pull of suggestion and external appearances. What is strange to me is that when the student's attention has been restored to the almighty power of the I Am presence, which is the only active principle of life that God has in action within and around them, they cannot see that when they fix their attention on external things, they divide the power and delay the magnificent activity and realization that the I Am presence would otherwise attract. However, having experienced the same, we have infinite patience to wait for the beloved student to grasp their center of mastery of the power of this I Am presence and hold on to it. I could present you with documents on the most terrifying things of crimes that have been committed day after day through the suggestion of astrology. The given suggestion sets the law in motion to accomplish it. When your attention is on something, you instantly give it power within you. If astrologers keep thinking about someone's death, for instance, she will die, it's criminal. She is a child of God and has the right to live here as long as she decides. There are far worse crimes than physical murder, which cannot be compared because they are deliberately committed by people who do not know what they are doing. There is a certain and infallible action of the law. Those who do things must pay the penalty of a similar experience. For others' negative suggestions, I am the presence cancelling all of it so that it cannot affect me, my home, or my world. Consciously dispelling something that has been said in your presence is the easiest thing in the world. Simply, I am the only presence acting here. For anything you don't want to continue, say through the I Am presence that this thing will cease now and forever. Act as if you were going to hit a wall to knock it down. When you truly feel and are resolved to do something, you release the power that accomplishes things. Try to realize the unlimited power at your service. In sight and hearing lies feeling, for we can hear and see without needing to use the faculties of sight or hearing. When a person becomes angry, they instantly pierce another sphere of the same quality, and an accumulation of the same species spreads rapidly. Jealousies are the open channel through which all sorts of destructive activity rush. Things done consciously have much more power when energy is released, because the individual set it in motion, and there is no difference between the king and the shoe shiner. When feelings are excited, they are accepted at that moment. You can sit and listen to destructive conversation without being affected as long as you control the feeling in the solar plexus. Nothing can enter your world unless it is invited. Nothing good has ever come out of gambling. A certain Lady X in a game had wonderful power and influence around her. She started to play, and not only did she lose her power, but also all her money. Isn't it better to stay in the I am presence rather than in a gambling channel? Anything that draws your attention is a subtle activity from the outside to steal your freedom. To achieve financial freedom, say, I am. God's riches flow to my hands, and I use it. Nothing can stop it. Say often that the I am presence governs every existing channel in manifestation. It governs every student's experience. A student had heard and seen a burst of light while their physical body was asleep. If they had consciously declared, I absorb into my mind and body the force of this burst of light, they would have received its benefits in such experiences. The important thing is for the student to be attentive so that every manifestation is conscious of the absorption of its power. Rejoice in the mighty power of the I am presence, acting and giving it strength and power. Command the outer memory to retain and bring back to external consciousness everything you want to know. When you use the I am presence, you have set the law in motion, and it cannot fail. God acts only through individuals' consciousness. If it were otherwise, they would not have them here. God can only act in the physical world through its individualizations, and even all nature is governed by individual intelligence, the soil, the plants, everything, absolutely everything. All the force and energy necessary for a given purpose are omnipresent, and when released by the I am presence, you can release the power of which you have yet no conception. During the 1914-1918 war, when someone said they shall not pass, they released the power by which the decree was accomplished. They had prayed for over an hour, and when they came out, they were so charged with this energy that when they gave the order, it became the dominant presence in the atmospheric condition within them. And God acted. The words "they shall not pass" form a decree. This one is dynamic, powerful, real, and releases its enormous power. There is only one power that acts. Give it total freedom, stay with it, and let it act. There is no other power to act. Constantly move forward like a glacier descending from the mountain. You move firmly and gain momentum that nothing can resist. It's a push, a power, and an infallible means of achieving all good things. This is the only path to permanent mastery. For cleaning, often use I am, the presence here that keeps my clothes, my house, immaculate. After a while, the force becomes so powerful that it instantly consumes or repels anything you do not wish. The more consciously you act on something, the more concentrated it becomes. When you say the I am presence, charge that thing with power, energy, and love. Don't let anything ask you in your mind if the order has worked or not. Every time you command, say, I know it acts with all power. You must know what I am means, what I am is for you, what I am can do. Understand this and stand firmly with unwavering determination. In you resides the strength and power to do so. And if you stand in this mighty I am presence, great assistance will be granted to you. Chapter 16. The first activity is the expression of the divided rays emanating for individualization into visible expression. When I speak of individual or visible expression, I use this term for physical activity. It's not that this isn't always visible, because it is, but for those in physical form, I speak of it as visibility. Thus, you will see the nature of your being as a ray of light that you are, as the natural quality of life you desire so much. The day is approaching when many students will begin to use the rays of light they are part of, especially the ray of vision and light. Even in today's physical world, properties and uses of these rays are being discovered. These activities, though strange to visible activity, are natural for the inner presence. Truly, the way to use these rays is rudimentary at present, but it only takes another step to bring them through the veil. The power of the I Am intelligence to use these rays will always be infinitely more powerful than any mechanical plan in which they are currently used. However, for the student who has not yet found the ability to use these rays, the scientist's experience will be a wonderful stimulus to discover the amazing ability of the individual to use them. It's very important to know that there are natural rays that penetrate through the atmosphere or the electrical belt within Earth's atmosphere. By natural, I refer to the rays projected by divinity or the great central sun that have recently been made permanent. Then there are the created rays, which have been created and projected by the ascending cohort, by those who have ascended in a body. These latter are the most powerful of all rays because they are consciously manipulated. The rays scientists encounter are the natural rays that have some natural power. It is very necessary, as has been set forth in the magic presence, to prepare willing students who can be elevated and instructed in the use of these rays. Among you there are those who can do it, and as they are prepared with determined constancy to the light, more and more of the law will be revealed to them concerning the use of powerful forces. I feel immense joy in the possibilities you and the other students have. I am confident that you will find within yourself that strength and constant determination to accomplish the external and internal work that is done for you, with a joyful sense of security in the limitless powers true freedom brings. Occasionally, I have tried to give you a word of encouragement, and through that, to envelop you in the radiance of the force that is bold and fearless in light. The loving and joyful tranquility in students' attitudes is wonderfully encouraging, as it is an attitude of correct expectation that must be maintained. I suggest that those who have unpleasant experiences consciously withdraw any power they have unwittingly given to those conditions. When it is necessary to discuss a condition to understand it, immediately withdraw any power that has been given to you. Then know that I Am is the harmonious presence that always prevails above whatever the condition may be. I will reiterate something I hinted at previously, but has been only partially absorbed by anyone, especially the student who has experienced harmony or limitation in their mind, home, or world. With persistent effort and without strain, they can keep their home free of anything undesirable. I am the governing presence, directing in perfect divine order, commanding harmony, happiness, and the presence of God's opulence in my mind, home, and world. When I say I am the governing presence, I have the conscious assurance that I have set in motion all of God's power and intelligence to produce the desired conditions, and they will be self-sustaining. It seems to me that you have not fully understood that when you use the expression, I am the presence in my mind, home, and world, you are not only commanding the conquering presence of that activity through your own consciousness, but you are also invoking the assistance of God's presence or I Am in the home and world to which you are connected. It's vital for the student to understand this. Don't be discouraged if you do not immediately see the manifestation of the harmony you desire. Continue to feel the conquering presence, I Am. Don't you see that when you are in this consciousness, only the presence you are aware of acts? Any other undesirable external activity is set aside. It's simply a distorted activity of the great energy. Therefore, when you say, I am the conquering presence, I command this I Am presence to perfectly govern my mind, home, affairs, and world. You have issued the greatest decree that can be made, and you need only to feel the supporting power. When faced with any appearance, you will then find perfection manifested in your mind, home, and world. I wish you to read this special part every day to keep before you the mighty truth that underpins these affirmations. Now we come to a crucial point, that of the ray or personal rays sent directly by Jesus. Many will wonder why Jesus is special. I answer, because humanity has been taught to focus attention on the great presence of Jesus the Christ, and very few have the knowledge of the ascending cohort of the great masters of the great white brotherhood who direct unlimited power. You will have Jesus the Christ's personal ray over the next 7 weeks. Those who can set aside all thought of other personalities and with open arms mentally welcome them into their mind, home, and world can find almost anything possible. I assure you that the idea of these personal rays of Jesus Christ is not imaginary, and you, our beloved messenger, have the personal graces of Jesus Christ for your bold position and the use of the ascending presence of Jesus Christ as a messenger of wealth, wisdom, and truth. Thus, students must be in their loving sincerity towards the Master and, through the I Am presence, work for the health and prosperity of the messengers. This will open doors for the student that otherwise would not be possible. There are indications that some will soon receive revelations about a certain use of liquid light. I wish for you to focus your attention on this so that, if you are ready, you may receive it. Let me tell you that your good attitude is always to rejoice in your brother's or sister's progress, because each individual receives what they most need at any given moment. So, if one receives something, another may receive something else. Therefore, you must never feel at any moment that you must have the same thing as another person, for there are not two identical people or at the same level of progress. Thus, you understand that each one cannot receive the same thing at the same moment as the other. The most wonderful attitude for the student is to continually bless and rejoice in any revelation that comes to their fellow, thus constantly keeping the door open to that glorious inner presence. Practical minds think there is nothing real except what they can feel and touch, but in no way can one receive anything of great magnitude from their powerful inner presence unless they believe in the unlimited powers and laws of individualized God intelligence. The practical mind, which always doubts things it cannot see, still has a long way to go unless it cuts doubts off the same way it would an undesirable branch from a tree. You know it is good to burn that branch in the consuming flame once it has been cut so that it doesn't come back. For those who find it difficult to realize the immense power of the consuming presence consciousness, one thing is hard, to move away from that thought which is imaginary. But if they could see from the inner standpoint, they would see that it has a powerful and very real presence and power. I wish for 2 minutes you would feel that dazzling ray of light, penetrating every atom of your being. There are certain activities that must be contacted by the inner presence before external attention is placed on them. This is difficult for the student to understand. The student must first penetrate and can only penetrate through their inner presence. A very simple but wonderful thing is to bless every night and every morning that magnificent presence of life that animates the mind and body. It is huge to deeply feel this thanksgiving for the presence of life that contains within itself all things. You must simply be grateful to life for all that it is and contains. The same presence of life allows us to do the things we are aware of and want to do, for we cannot move without this presence. We cannot even think without it. If someone took this right, I am the presence, passing through this thought and body, they would receive remarkable ideas. The brain is the first place where obstruction begins to be recorded, as it is the point of contact with false ideas that quickly and intensely register in the brain structure, as it is the field of atomic activity. However, sustained attention on the I Am presence releases the power of perfection that is within the electron at the center of the atom, so that false ideas and obstructions to light simply dissolve and disappear. Where are you going? To the Golden City. From now until 3 weeks after the New Year, it is a time of great rejoicing in the Golden City, for it gives a great opportunity to transmit to the physical world, through light and sound rays, its own powerful radiation. If humanity could understand and appreciate this fact, remarkable things could happen. But this does not prevent individuals who can understand from receiving their extraordinary benefit. Completely withdrawing the mind from every personality is the simplest thing if students could understand and apply it. They need only to know, I am the only presence here. This will open doors. Love and invocation to an ascended being allow the radiation to be given, and it cannot happen otherwise. One cannot long interfere with another's progress or growth, for if the one obstructing does not let go and release their influence on the one ready to go higher, the one obstructing will be eliminated by their own action. If one continues to remain constantly and sincerely in the light, personalities will harmoniously be swept aside or disconnected from the world of the growing individual. In this state of growth, it is necessary to know that I am the active presence of all channels of distribution, of all things acting for my good. When the thought comes that this is all I have, Root it out and say, I am the opulence of God in my hands and for my use. This must be held as sacred silence within every individual. Take this as sacred and respectful energy to use. When you take from your own I am, it is impossible to take anything that legitimately belongs to any personality. You decree for your world, so you cannot take anything from anyone. When you know your own law, I am the acting presence everywhere, there is no possibility of division of the I am presence. If you need money, say, I am the active presence bringing this money into my hands and for my use. Instantly, it is very valuable to move away from the importance of money. It is simply a means of exchange. Do not give it power. Give all your power to God, and then when you give an order, no matter what you want, you will have all the power instantly at hand to draw the fulfillment of the decree. The vibration within every element is always God's breath, self-sustained eternally. Every pulsation is God's breath. The simple awareness that I am the presence of perfect health, I am the presence of forgiveness in the mind and heart of each of God's children, emanates enormous vibrational action. Maintain this with intensity. I am the pure Spirit of God. Chapter 17. When you are strong enough to bear it, we will present to you in descriptive detail one of the most astonishing expressions of both the correct and incorrect use of this powerful I am presence. This real experience took place in what are now the Andes Mountains in South America, in a very distant time, when the sons of God began to forget their origin for the first time and started to claim the powerful energy of which they were aware for selfish purposes. Students and humanity have only a poor idea, even in their distress, of the power that was used at that time for selfish purposes. May such a previous condition never be known again. There are still remnants of the underground city we describe, and where this took place. If many students from various angles of truth on earth could today rid their outer minds of ignorance and believe in the apparent miracles of all time, the shell of their outer selves would be broken, allowing light to enter. The faith to believe in things unseen is one of the greatest means to open the door to the conscious activity of light and the I am presence, just as you use a car and airplane to quickly cover distances. Similarly, the great I am presence uses the body. The body represents the airplane, and the mind is a powerful engine through which the I am presence propels it. I'm sure students have not understood the subtle form doubt takes. A question in the mind, whether conscious or not, regarding the all-powerfulness of the I am presence, is a subtle form of doubt. Those who want or try to discuss the question of the reality of the great truth of life, whether they believe in it or not, admit doubt into their lives today. No rational and sincere thought, once it has turned its attention and firmly fixed it on the I am presence, can argue, doubt, or question the omnipotence of that I am presence. The barely recognizable doubt that lets arguments about the origin of one's being enter the mind is simply a lack of strength to rise against the law of resistance, a force by which the growth of the external is measured. There is a great difference between sincere reflection to know the truth and the human tendency to argue against that same reality they want to believe. We always welcome sincere inquiry into truth, but we will have nothing to do with that nature, whose dominant tendency is to argue against the reality of truth. The more one admits discussion of truth into an individual's life, the greater the barrier they will build to have to overcome it. On that distant day when students who criticize, condemn, or judge this channel of truth expression find themselves on the edge of a precipice where they could fall at any moment without any other cause than their own creation. I wish all to understand that this burst of light was established for a defined purpose and will continue to do its work, regardless of any personality or existing personalities. I say this openly, so that the students of this writing may understand that they are dealing with forces as powerful as reality itself. Those who cannot pass this test and bear the burst of light have only themselves to blame, for they have free will and have been given the use of the powerful I am presence, through which they can maintain total control over themselves. I must remind you once again that when you are reckless enough to try to discuss the holy truth given to you for your own freedom and usage with those who know nothing of it, You are entering the deep waters of doubt and questioning. I can only tell you that in the past, to students who were taken into the realms to be instructed, it was not permitted, nor even thought, to discuss truth. Among themselves, they silently and earnestly apply the teaching given by the Master, and safely arrive at the results they desire. It is better for students to be stoned in the streets than to condemn, criticize, or judge the light given to them, for if they entered the I Am presence as they have been directed, every question, every problem in their life would vanish like mist before the morning sun's brightness. I am sure all these students are strong enough to hear the truth and use the power of the I Am presence to govern and control the external, in order to receive the full presence of the love, wisdom, power, and opulence of the great and all-powerful I Am presence, which empowers them to think, feel, and live, and which has given them the desire to attain truth and light. I want to openly declare, with the scepter of fire placed upon the conscience of the students, that their brothers and sisters who deliver this message are merely messengers of those who have known and tested this law for many centuries. These great beings upon whom your attention is fixed are neither a myth nor an invention of external imagination. They are loving, living, and wise beings who possess power that they can direct or use under their own guidance, something impossible for the human mind to conceive. In the past, the student had always had almost unlimited time to decide whether they wanted to act in the light or continue to wander in ignorance of their powerful presence and power. Cosmic cycles have changed many times, and the time has come when the sons of God must make their final decision, that is, to choose whom they want to serve. Never before in the history of the world have so many opportunities or aids been given to the sons of the earth to confront the brilliance of the eternal light of God's Son and walk seriously and fearlessly in its radiant splendor, forever free from all limitation, living in the abundance of this light enveloping them like a cloak of peace and rest. I reiterate once again, dear student, if you cannot feel in your heart the truth of these instructions brought to you from a golden source, then never, in the name of your presence I Am, say or do anything that discourages another about the light they can receive in the fullness of the great love of my being. I give you the simple and authentic truth, which in its brilliance brings understanding and knowledge of what it means to dare. Silence any question in your mind regarding the reality or authenticity of the source of your instruction. This alone impedes your progress and causes delays of months or even years to achieve what you could easily accomplish in a few weeks with a free and peaceful mind. As the chosen one, I know and feel each of your thoughts. It is very easy for the student to sometimes think that their actions or thoughts are sheltered and unknown, but for the ascended hierarchy, there is no act or thought that can be hidden from them, for everything you think or feel is recorded in the etheric world around you, as naturally as your nose on your face. So, never make the mistake of thinking that you can think or act in secret. You can easily conceal something from your external self, but never from the I Am presence. For the ascended hierarchy, this is unimpeded. This, my dear student, is all that I am permitted to say to alert you. There will be no further reference to this subject in the future. Remember that the decision remains with you, whether you choose to move forward or not. Now I will tell you something very encouraging. The only possible reason why the personal ray of Jesus could have been granted to those under this radiation at this time was that 7 of this group of students witnessed the ascension of Jesus the Christ 2,000 years ago. He saw them and recognized them at that time as he sees them now, and not only does he recognize them now, but he also offers them assistance in the same way that this light reaches you, dear children. It touches the hearts of those who can receive the presence. Apart from that, Jesus' joint action with the ascended hierarchy unfolds his mantle of love, peace, and light over humanity. This is the time of year when general attention is more easily gained. My beloved, it will seem incredible to you when I say that the masters of light and wisdom have passages through the earth in all directions, just as you on earth have highways to go from one coast to another by car. If you understand the atomic structure of the earth, you will not think it so incredible, for these great beings who have witnessed humanity's progress from the beginning need only use certain rays to move through the earth as easily as you would walk on water. The difference is that they leave the opening behind them, whereas when you walk on water, it closes behind you and the path disappears. Similarly, with the great beings who have illuminated the paths to light for humanity, the path remains for those less enlightened children so that they can always find it and follow it. If they sometimes make a mistake and stray from the right path, they have the I Am presence to remind them of the main power and guide them again until they too can become torchbearers and scouts of the path for those who still need to follow. I am the mighty presence that never becomes impatient or discouraged by the long periods during which the sons of the earth turn away from the light to engage in sensory activities until one day these become so repulsive to them that they almost cry out their last breath. Oh God, save me, I can't take it anymore. It makes me smile when I imagine you might think I'm an old grouch, but that's not the case. With the necessary courage, I must tell you the truths that exist in your needs, so that you can benefit from them when you get to know me better. After all, you won't consider me old or grouchy, as long as you continue to constantly ask questions. The doors of instruction will not be fully open to you. Natural rays will become permanent for the earth, and will be collected at the center, if humanity's desire to reach the light is genuine, which will determine if this self-sustaining activity is worth it. The globe is composed of earth, air, and water. The rays are the cosmic fire interpreting the other three elements. The rays pass through the earth, and where they intersect, they soften and form the bright glow of concentrated light activity. One ray penetrates the earth's crust at a point south of the center of the Gobi Desert, and the other enters just west of Lake Titicaca in the Andes Mountains. This is the largest lake in South America and the world, and it was of great importance centuries ago. These are the most intense points of light on Earth. During each cosmic cycle, cosmic activity takes place, and it is impossible to interfere with it. The great cosmic laws are precise down to the smallest detail, and things like failure or accident are not related to this. Consider nothing else in the world but the great I Am presence. Watch and govern your feelings, for otherwise there will come a time when you will be surprised without realizing it when something happens to you, and you who know the law, you become discouraged. You should immediately turn to the I Am presence and ask what you should do. Instead, you keep your attention focused on discouragement, and sometimes you even need an earthquake to shake you out of this discouragement. Utter the decree. This resistance must yield, and sight and hearing must manifest. Take a firm stand by saying, I am the presence of my perfect sight and hearing. To heal these conditions, everyone should decree, I am my perfect sight and hearing. The tales of the Arabian Nights originally come from the masters who gave them as a veiled truth to help humanity, and those who believed through faith received wonderful manifestations. At the beginning of these wonderful manifestations, there must be faith to navigate with the mark until we can manifest reality. Because faith is the supporting power, and if we can keep it generated, it always becomes reality. There are always the two activities of the law. When you fully enter into its action, first condensation and then conversion into ether. Follow this calmly, and do not let time, place, or things interfere. The external mind must remain calm and steady, and the external and internal wills must become one, while attention is maintained on them with firm determination. Chapter 18. I would like each of the students to now use the following decree with all the enthusiasm they can muster. I am, I know that I am, the use of God's unlimited opulence. I want to explain to you that when several students come together to work with the same principle and use this decree, they not only attract into their worlds the use of this great opulence, but they also bless their fellow students with the same, for I am the presence in each one. This is the great power of cooperative action. Students who maintain loving blessings towards each other are truly supported within the embrace of the great I Am presence, and when they decree their action, they command the same blessing and action not only for themselves, but also for their comrades. This is the correct attitude to adopt, and if maintained sincerely in the heart of each, no one within this embrace will have any needs. Conversely, the student who allows any feeling of lack of love towards another will isolate themselves from this great splendor and blessing. Now let's simply address the understanding of God's desire and free will. God's desire is the opulence of goodwill, which is the elder of each of God's children. When you approach the light using the powerful I Am presence sincerely, it is not possible to experience anything other than God's will as a child of God. As a child of God to whom the Father has granted free will, you must understand that it is only within you that resides the ability to direct what will act in your life and in your world. You must understand that God can only act in your life and in your world in accordance with your decree, for you have free will. God is the principle of all life, and each child of God is a conscious, active, and individualized part of this great, unique principle of life, love, and power. God has entrusted each of his children with this wonderful consciousness, which is omnipresent, elastic to be directed to a central point where it will write with the pen of light to envelop the earth. Consciousness is directed by free will. The orthodox idea that God acts according to his own will in the life of each individual or nation is false. God acts only through the mind of his own individualization, which is clothed in the personalities you see around you. These personalities are merely vehicles for the use and expression of this powerful individuality, which forms God's will and your free will. Personality lives under your conscious direction. I tell you that every function of your body is supported by conscious action, even if you are not aware of it. However, by deepening the consciousness of the mighty I Am presence, you will understand that external action is impossible without self-conscious action. You can verify this very simply. Indeed, if you want to perform a physical action such as moving your hand, for example, the thought of doing so must clearly precede the action itself, otherwise the hand would not move. You should humbly accept this explanation and meditate on it often, as it will clear your mind of any obstruction. You are a being endowed with free will and self-awareness, and this is truly vital for all students. I love each and every one of them, men and women alike. The individualized presence of Jesus the Christ was at the center of both classes this week. In one, it was in the form of the tree of life, and each student is a branch. In the other, they were in their pillar of dazzling splendor, within which their visible personal form resides. In the first, their form was within the tree of life but invisible, not to mention other members of the ascended hierarchy who were present. This grand life comes for our pure and perfect use, but due to lack of understanding, the external mind constantly requalifies it with discordant concepts, and thus humans change their perfect action into what they express in external activity, such as limitation and discordance. This will shed light on the simple and self-conscious activity that you must maintain to attain this wonderful and perfect life that constantly flows through your mind and body in its pure and fragrant state. Truly, I tell you that those who suggest and maintain this idea will find that the emanations of their own bodies become finer than roses and lilies. Furthermore, they will be able to experience the consciousness of this perfection that constantly flows for our use as perfect health and beauty of face and form, until their radiance shines like a sun. Dear student, being so simple and requiring so little sustained conscious effort, it is worth everything it takes to enter into the presence of this source of life and receive its fullness and blessing. There was once in Eastern activity a secret society originating from China that was gloriously maintained in the light until the one who was at the head of the order thought of his daughter, whom he loved dearly and who had been killed by an Englishman during a raid in the war. This led to the destruction of the order. The reflection of this in the external world is represented by the incarnations of Fu Manchu, a perfect example of how light could be distorted by something that began as a feeling of revenge. At the beginning of this activity, Fu Manchu was a beautiful and admirable soul. This demonstrates how the ravages of war and the lack of control of thought and feeling in the individual can lead to distortion in the stream of life. Regarding the South American activity, on which the current work has thankfully focused attention, until this focal point of radiation began, the possibility of establishing this focal point in the Western world was doubted by the majority, except by Lady Nada and myself. They neither knew nor were aware of the fact of our long association because nothing had been revealed to them. Thus, Under my own responsibility, I said, I will prove it now. I have the full cooperation of all those who doubted. Master Hilanto of Venus was also with us. I told them, the time has come when those outside the retreats can be transformed into true messengers of light. Thanks to you, I have proven to be right. It is now clear. I ask you to stay with me in this feeling. This proves that it is possible to establish this powerful, active presence in the midst of a storm. I have always supported this, and most of the time I have been alone. But the ability of the students to grasp the use of the I Am presence makes extraordinary things possible. And I sincerely tell you, this encourages me with this wonderful sustained condition to the point where it is not impossible that several ascended beings are sitting among you, visible as their physical bodies, speaking with them. This is not only the work of the students' desire, but rather of their preparation for it. Of course, this dear brother did not know it recently, but for 30 years he was prepared for this. For half of the time, his preparation was done in the invisible, and it was remarkably beautiful for all who observed it. The other night, during a deep meditation, I heard the words in the city of Delhi, which actually means City of Light, on November 29th, 1932, in the morning before the discussion, and again today before the discussion. Today, Jesus' words have been with me in my sorrows. You will now see me in my glory, and you will see the reward that my Father will give. The same words that Jesus used from time to time can and will be used somewhere with the corresponding consequence. For the words he used all the time were life, and contained within them that ascended life or perfect life. It was a great joy for me to find that on the land of America, for which I have worked so hard, there were those who could receive what you are receiving and sending at this moment. The Masters of Venus have also observed this with me for some time. Kumara's field of action was different, but he also observes this achievement. No radiation comes from nowhere in the universe, except through conscious projection. The projected radiation from the stars to our Earth cannot make contact with the Earth without the conscious direction of the cosmic being, who is the conscious directing presence of the star or planet. This conscious direction is what causes the radiation from one planet to another to reach its destination. But such directed radiation bears no aspect contrary to anyone. The cosmic universal laws of the Earth that drive growth through the law of experience carry within them what they do not know as resistance. If there were not what the individual knows as resistance, they would not make conscious effort, which would make progress in understanding or returning home to the Father from whom they strayed impossible. Resistance has nothing to do with discord. Resistance is a natural law. Discord is a human creation. There is no discord in the universe except that which personality creates. Realize that I am the governing presence of this. First comes the desire to the mind, and if you become conscious I am of the purity of God's mind, you will consume the thought and keep your mind entirely free from desire. When the liquid is precipitated into the hand, instantly qualify it as luminous liquid, and it will manifest as such. Give the command for this quality before beginning the precipitation. A student should not expect to see the same activity as another. Students are not supposed to see or feel the same thing. There is not a moment in the day when we do not visualize something, as the power of visualization is always active. Clear everything from your mind except the image you want, for that is all that concerns you. Do not let your attention focus on apparent emptiness. Chapter 19. The beloved ascended Master Jesus spoke. When I said, I am the open door which no man can shut, I wanted to make humanity understand that I was referring to the great I Am, which is the life of every manifested individual. I did not mean to communicate that personal Jesus was the only one to whom this great privilege had been conferred. Each of you, dear children of the one Father, has the same powerful presence within. The great I Am that I had and have at that time, for which I attained eternal and final victory, for the strength and certainty of your mind. I want you to understand that the consciousness I used to achieve this great victory was the use of the I Am presence, which is taught to you after a search of all possible ways. At that time, determination and the desire to know the truth led me to the great Master who gave me the internal secret and the powerful concession that directed me to the powerful presence, the great I Am, through its radiation. I understood it and immediately began to use it. This is the only way for an individualization of the ray of God to achieve eternal victory and to build his structure on a solid foundation from which no external activity can divert. Now, I want to convey to you this simple and all-powerful use of the presence. All those who have achieved powerful victory and ascended as I did before and after me have used the conscious activity of the mighty eternal presence, I Am. When I said to my disciples and humanity, "The things that I do, you can also do, and even greater," I knew what I was talking about. I knew that in every individual or child of God, there was this powerful presence, I Am, whose use propels you forward without any uncertainty. I say propel because that is what I mean. The constant use of your I Am presence pushes you forward despite any activity of the external body. Storms, distresses, and disruptions may rage around you, but as long as this single idea is held firm and you are conscious of the I Am presence, you can remain calm, unshaken by the noisy whirlwind of human creation in which you may be enveloped. There is only one way for you and the Father to become eternally united. It is through the complete acceptance of your I Am presence, of the energy, love, wisdom, and power that he has given you, that the golden tie and the precious rungs by which you will ascend serenely to the final realization somewhere someday are found. Each individualization of God the Father must find the way back to the Father through his I Am presence, fulfilling his cycle or cycles of individualizations in the external use of I Am. The Earth is the only sphere where there is a density of the atomic structure that you experience. Conscious recognition and use of the I Am presence that you are gradually increases the vibratory action of your atomic structure by releasing and freeing the electronic activity that is hidden within the atom, allowing you to become luminous by yourself. I wish that all those who can receive this or contact it someday understand very well that I am not and have never been a special being created by God, distinct from the rest of humanity. It is true that I had made conscious efforts before and had achieved much before the incarnation where I won eternal victory. The experience I chose 2,000 years ago was to set an example that every individualization of God must follow sooner or later. I insist, dear child of God, that you see me as an elder brother, one with you. When I said or implied, I am with you always, the I Am presence that I am, and that you are is one. Therefore, do you not see that I am always with you? Meditate deeply on this and try to feel its reality. During my ascension and afterwards, I saw the immensity of the radiation that I would be able to pour out upon my dear brothers and sisters on earth from the sphere where I would subsequently dwell. I want to tell you truly that every individual who goes from his conscious mind to me with the desire to be lifted above the limitations of the earth or his own creation and to live accordingly will receive all the assistance possible from me, according to the levels of consciousness growth he will reach from time to time. Do not misunderstand me when I speak of growth. I am speaking of humanity in general. I am not referring to a few who have sufficient prior accomplishment for present use and the full acceptance of their I Am presence to rend the veil of human creation and move into the embrace of the resplendent ascended I Am presence. At any time, there are some in the student group who have formed for whom this is possible. This depends entirely upon themselves, the quiet, steady intensity with which they become conscious of their I Am presence. I bring you this great news because I have experienced it in my personal experience before, fully deciding on the manner in which I would set the example for humanity. I suddenly began to use an affirmation that came to me from an inner impetus: I am the resurrection and the life. 2 days after beginning to use this affirmation with great joy, I saw what was to be done, and I want to assure you that it was the power to enable the ascension in my presence of so many individuals and to record in the etheric records that example which will remain forever present for all humanity. Unfortunately, the veil of orthodox idea has covered the minds of people, preventing them from understanding that each had within him the I am presence, the same as myself, by which each could accomplish and do the same things as myself and win eternal victory. Beloved student, this is the personal message I leave you, expressed through the ray of light and sound, into which anyone can enter, see, and hear with sufficient conscious preparation. Again, I insist that you think of me as an elder brother ready to give you assistance at all times. Do not regard me as a transcendent being beyond your reach with whom all contact is impossible, for the I am presence that enabled me to make this ascension is the same I am presence that will enable you to make the ascension that I made. Only today, you have the assistance of the great ascended host of beings who have won eternal victory and who joyfully serve you. As you prepare yourself, I envelop you in my love and repeat to you once again, I am always with you. Chapter 20. Many have observed this achievement with great joy, truly seeing how students enter into the mighty I am presence, and how things that troubled them dissolve and disappear as if they had never existed. Dear student, you do not realize the great joy that fills those who have followed the path of attainment of great freedom and mastery over all limitation in seeing you enter into this presence, which, if maintained, will surely lead you to that same freedom. It is only when the external becomes sufficiently obedient, giving all power to this great internal presence, that one finds peace and rest in this powerful recognition. In this peace and rest flows a mighty river of energy, like a mountain stream flowing through a fertile valley full of flowers and perfect vegetation. Thus, in this peace that surpasses all human understanding, you will move further and find this eternal river of energy flowing in and through your being and experiences wherever you go. It is true that intelligence is the receptive channel, but as you sincerely and deeply feel the true I am presence, you will find that this tranquility grows more and more, until one day you see the door of your creation wide open before you, and you enter with open arms into this freedom, breathing the fragrance of the pure atmosphere of the etheric world, where you will be able to mold that plastic substance into the perfection of all that you desire. You are progressing beautifully. Do not let any fear from anyone, place, conditions, or things interrupt or disturb you. The presence of the light is before you, beckoning you forward to be supported by its loving arm, receiving its unlimited riches it has in store for you. Now, I will tell you something that will surprise you, but I assure you it is very true. Last night, the following question was asked, have you been together before? I want to tell you that it would not have been possible to bring you to this intense action of the great inner law if there had not previously been harmonious association and training. It may be difficult for you to grasp at first that you are receiving intense training, and that this is given only after 3 years of probation in the retreat. Some of you have accumulated treasures of energy. I mean energy created by your conscious activity through the I am presence. Others have treasures of light, others have treasures of love, still others have gold and jewels that have been kept for use during incarnation. Many are on the verge of releasing these accumulated treasures into visibility. Do not think that I am indulging in fantastic daydreams. I bring this to your attention for your own benefit and blessing. I wish for you to take a few moments to be still and speak to your I am presence, saying something like this: Great presence, Master that I am, I love you, I adore you, I turn to you, fullness of all creative power, all love, all wisdom, and through this power that you are, I give you all authority to manifest in my hands and usage the fulfillment of every one of my desires. I no longer claim any power for myself, for now I claim you, the sole conquering presence of all within my household, my life, my world, and my experience. I acknowledge your total supremacy and power over all things, and while my consciousness is fixed on a realization, your invincible presence and intelligence will take command, swiftly bringing manifestation into my experience. I know you are the master of time, space, and place, so you need only this now to draw all your perfection into visible activity. I remain absolutely firm in the complete acceptance of this now and always, and I will not allow my mind to waver from it, for ultimately, I know we are one. Dear student, you may add to this whatever you need, and I assure you that if you can live this, I will strive to assist you, and you will experience the floodgates of God's abundance opening for you. The most desirable and important thing any individual can do is to focus their mind on the one permanent need, and this is to advance to the depth and firmness of this mighty I Am presence. And once there, all love, light, good, and riches will flow into your life and experience through an internal propelling power that no one can prevent. This is the aim of true training, the reason why students have been drawn to the retreats once sufficiently advanced, for, as I have said before, solving problems as they arise is relatively easy. But I ask you, what is done by continually solving problems unless there is some anchorage somewhere that will lift you above all consideration of problem? Finding your I Am presence and anchoring yourself there is the only desirable thing to do. Of course, until you reach this solid anchorage in your I Am presence, it is necessary to solve your problems as they arise. However, it is much better to enter and release this powerful persistence, this energy and action that has solved problems even before they present themselves to you. Is this not more acceptable than waking up each morning to face these problems, which seem truly important but, after all, are not? However, you will agree with me that at least some of them, at least to the external senses, are of immense importance. With your glorious obedience to the divine principle of created beings, we will progress with our invincible armor of protection until the intensity of the light itself into which you enter renders this armor unnecessary. Is not all this effort worth it to move you eternally into that glorious freedom? So, when you wake up in the morning, you will no longer find those visitors. As I have spoken these words, I have held you focused in my sight, without your knowing it, so that when you hear these words, you will feel the internal conviction of these words with a power that will delight you. Whenever bothersome or critical thoughts try to enter your consciousness, quickly close the door and command them to leave forever. Do not give them the opportunity to settle in. Always remember that you have the strength and supporting power of the mighty I Am presence to do this. If you have difficulty closing the door, speak to your I Am presence and say to it, "See, I need help." Ensure the door is closed to this annoyance and close it forever. I want you to be aware that you can speak to your I Am presence in the same way you might speak to me, believing that I have unlimited power. For I assure you, these are not empty words. When I say you can ask this mighty presence to take charge of every condition in your experience and lift you to freedom and mastery over all things, it means you have already attained the activity of universal supply. I want to draw your attention to the following fact. The substance of your body, and that substance which seems invisible around you, is immensely responsive to your conscious thought and feeling. Thus, you can shape it into any form you desire. The substance of your body can be shaped by your conscious thought and feeling into exquisite beauty of form. Your eyes, hair, teeth, and skin can be made dazzling with radiant beauty. This is very encouraging for women, and I am sure it will be for men as well, even if they do not like to admit it. Dear brothers and sisters, when you look at yourself in the mirror, tell what you see there. By the virtue of the beauty and intelligence that I am, I command you to assume a beauty of perfect form in every cell you are made of, and they will obey my commandments, becoming a radiant beauty of thought, speech, feeling, and form. I am the fire and beauty of your eyes, bringing that radiant energy to everything you look at. Thus, you will attain the appearance of perfection that will give you the inspiration you need to know that I am always the governing presence. If you wish for your forms to become more symmetrical, pass your hands from your shoulders to your feet, feeling the perfection or symmetry of the desired form. Through your hands, the energy or quality of what you desire to manifest will flow. If you try this with deep and sincere feeling, you will be amazed at the results. This is the greatest technique of reshaping in the world, and I assure you, it will keep your skin firm and elastic in every way, as you send the energy of the I Am presence through those cells, compelling them to obey the given command. It may sound ludicrous, but I tell you, it is one of the best, safest, and most perfect ways to attain perfection of the body. I tell you, whoever practices this will put their body in the desired state. I want students to fully absorb the idea that they are masters of their forms, their minds, and their worlds, and they can infuse them with whatever they desire. The pure and perfect life of God flows through you at every moment. Why not change the old pattern for the new? Do you not see how important it is to perfect the body? What can the inner presence do with a body that is always sick and in disharmony? When this is the case, attention is so focused on the body that the I am presence receives minimal attention. It's so easy, just try it. This skin treatment with the energy of the I am presence makes the skin firm and perfect. The reason I speak of this with such deep and eager feeling is because I see change and progress in almost everyone, and by paying particular conscious attention to this, each one could be brought much more quickly to this desired perfection. When an individual has an abnormal abdomen, and anything that is not right is abnormal, they must raise their left hand palm upwards and move their right hand over the abdomen in a rotating motion from left to right. Each time the hand passes over it, deep absorbing activity must be felt. The rapid charge of energy through the hand penetrates the cells, contracts them, and brings them back to their normal state. I assure you, this instruction is not fancy, but has tremendous significance and will undoubtedly yield the expected results if applied with eager feeling. It is clear that the consciousness flowing through the right hand is the all-powerful and absorbing presence that consumes all unnecessary cells, restoring the body to its normal and perfect state. This will not adjust the abnormal size of the abdomen, but will penetrate through the form, charging the intestinal activity with a cleansing and purifying process that will be of invaluable benefit. Those whose activity of these organs is sluggish will find it activated to normal. I assure you that women will no longer need to use rollers or do floor exercises, and I also assure you that they are not the only ones using rollers. It is unfortunate, even repulsive, that individuals who have within them this lazy presence of God give all imaginable power to external things to produce results in and around them. Yet whatever therapeutic agent they use, whether it be exercise, medication, or otherwise, has very little effect, if any at all, except for the quality and power they have consciously given them. This treatment works on cells, whether they be in bone or flesh. The external mind always doubts the ability of this inner self to handle any part of its body. If it can handle one type of cell, it can handle all. Make the external accept all the power of the internal presence and thus let it develop in the use of all things. For a long time, the external mind has given enormous power to medicines and therapeutic agents of all kinds, but do you not see that the only thing that makes them effective is the power and authority you give them to act on your bodies? I do not mean for one moment that individuals who do not know the I am presence should eliminate all medicinal agents, but if they were to firmly fix their minds on the fact that no external thing has power in their experiences except what they give themselves, they would begin to emerge from the limitations they have imposed. Let me tell you now that almost all the power given to external things is unconsciously bestowed, without many students being aware of it. Addressing this great presence of God within you, and giving it all the power to do the things you need and wish to see accomplished, will manifest much more quickly and certainly than any medicine. Some would apply this idea with tremendous tenacity, while others would need more effort. However, it is truly worth doing. Remember that the I Am presence knows all for eternity, in all past, present, and future ways, without limit. If you were to think of this great presence, you would recognize that it is all love, wisdom, and power. So when this attention is focused on something to be accomplished, you will know that this presence is the open door, it is the all-powerful realization, and cannot fail. Invoke the law of forgiveness and turn towards the energy of the Master Self to correct and adjust the error, thus forcing the freedom of its reaction. So you see that much unnecessary power is given to external activity. Much importance is given to things that have absolutely nothing to do with the I Am presence. It is not interested in the errors made by the external self. If the individual could understand that they can ignore all these discordant activities and give the Master I Am presence within them all the authority and power to dissolve and dissipate the erroneous condition, they could never feel a reaction to their misdeeds. When the conscious attention is focused on something, that quality enters the individual's experience. Whatever an individual sees with deep feeling within another individual forces it into their own experience. This is undeniable proof of why the only desirable feeling an individual should send to the presence of divine love. And by that, I mean pure and unselfish love. Students sometimes wonder why they have so many conditions to deal with in their experience as they become more sensitive. It's because when they see an appearance they have been taught is not real, they allow their attention to focus on it, and not only do they invite it, but they also force it into their own world, and then they must struggle to free themselves from it. This can be removed by instantly withdrawing attention from the appearance and acknowledging that I am free from this thing forever, no matter what it is. Of course, all this comes from an individual's lack of self-control or a refusal to use that self-control to govern the external. There are two conditions that manifest clearly among students. One is willing enough to make the effort, but unknowingly allows their attention to fixate on undesirable things. The other, by a quality of tenacity, does not wish to make the necessary effort to conquer them. No teacher should ever entertain a critical thought towards a student, because if they do, they will invite that same criticism upon themselves. If students understand this idea correctly, they will stop it for their own protection. Remaining silent in the face of discord in another is much worse than verbal criticism, as it allows the force to accumulate. When discord catches your attention, simply say to your I am presence, "The I am presence is in this person, and the human does not concern me." Whether it be a person or an inanimate object, as soon as you see an imperfection, you force that quality into your own experience. This is so important that I could never stress it enough. The first consideration must always be given to your own divine self. Always adore it. This gives you the opportunity and strength to rise to higher heights from where you can help many more, whereas currently you only help a few. No service can be of long-term benefit unless the individual first accepts and adores their own divine self, the mighty I Am presence. Those who wish to serve the light and truly do good must understand this very clearly. When students say, "If I had money, I could do much good," that is exactly the opposite attitude they should have. If you enter into the I Am presence, you will have all the money you desire and it cannot be taken away from you. Take the stand with everyone that only the I Am presence acts in that person. Any external experience is merely discipline for those entering into this work. The present training is truly a final school or experience, which is why some of them find it a bit intense. The entire ascended host feels immense joy, love, and gratitude sent to them, and of course they respond almost without limit. I Am is all that is present in every visible and invisible place. The necessary awareness will come to you from time to time as you continue to use this. Don't let yourself get exhausted by things. Just maintain the calm and certain attitude of ascension. Accept it calmly, quickly, and lovingly, and simply know that nothing is more powerful than this. Chapter 21. If all students could understand that there is neither greater activity nor consciousness than the practice of the I Am presence, no matter which channels among the many that man uses, no matter which angle of truth manifests, all ultimately lead to the one you have the privilege of knowing and using now. Now you know that all knowledge is useless if not put into practice. You who practice the I Am activity already know and feel the immense difference between it and all other known channels on the planet. When the student says I am, consent and knowledge of truth set in visible and physical motion the presence and power of God, which is I am. And this is totally different from any other habit, practice, or affirmation formulated in words. That is to say, there is no other expression with the power of I am to accomplish any purpose, provided it is used with conscious attention. That is why Master Jesus added to his most important affirmations. If students compare and meditate upon the affirmations made by Master Jesus, they will understand the immense fullness of what I have just said. I must warn you that at no time should an instructor ask for money for this teaching. Disciples may make offerings of love as they wish, but payment as an obligation must be stopped immediately. For the I Am activity is governed by a facet of the divine law that I will have to explain to you one day, but for the moment, Even if your desires are filled with love, it is not possible for you to enter into the radiation of the inner circle. The brothers who receive these teachings have spent 30 years in hard and intense preparation work to be able to perform this work. The electronic circle within which this radiation acts is adjusted very specially, and to include another human being, it would have to be readjusted and transformed. Each person has their own radiation and vibratory action, and as beautiful as the new radiation may be, it will take years to fit it into this invisible mechanism. Although it is powerful, it is also more delicate than the finest of others. Another warning I must give you regarding the radiation of the I Am activity is that, out of respect, no student or instructor should transmit this teaching to those who are not yet in this radiation. We do not want anyone to be unfortunate enough to think or say that they are authorized to disseminate this teaching when they have not yet received permission to communicate it. The instructor or disciple who practices the I Am activity with deep consent and sincerity will never have to market the teaching by charging for classes, for I Am will transform the practitioner into an invincible magnet of divine opulence. Whoever practices by saying, "I am the omnipresent and unlimited opulence of the Father for my use," even if they do not fully understand it at first, will sooner or later realize the full truth and power contained in this practice. I know that for the individual, subsistence is of primary importance, but on earth, money is as fleeting as shifting sand until one learns to consciously practice the I Am activity, and then one will see that provision is unlimited, be it money, love, understanding, light, or enlightenment. Receive the conviction that I am radiating to you so that you may use it with unwavering consciousness. This will give you liberation from monetary constraint. Another fact about which I hesitated to speak to you, but which your persistence has compelled me to clarify, is that you know that the I Am presence you are currently setting in motion is the same in every individual on earth and throughout the entire universe, and it gives you the power and intelligence to formulate your decrees. I also want you to know that this conscious application works everywhere in the same manner. It is not just in the circumstances that concern you at any given time. I'm sending this to you with a special radiation so that you can use it with confidence. The student must make conscious efforts to keep their mind at peace so that the inner power can flow unobstructed and their desires can manifest. When you were given an arithmetic problem to solve in school, and if at first you couldn't solve it, you had to continue until everything was correct, it's the same thing. Keep applying the rules you know until your desires or needs are fulfilled. When you make an affirmation based on I Am, it cannot fail, as long as your determination doesn't waver. A great comfort and relief follow. When the I Am presence is invoked for light, love, wisdom, power, or enlightenment, it is impossible to harbor a selfish desire or attempt. One thing is not compatible with the other, and I Am eliminates the negative form. The most important thing for any individual is such great intelligence, love, and power, and by putting them into action and by acting first within oneself, almost all students feel a desire to teach before they have mentally strengthened enough, and they then encounter obstacles they don't know how to overcome. They become discouraged, experience setbacks, and withdraw from teachings, disappointing the wonderful work they could have done later. The great I Am presence organizes all this. If invoked for this purpose, it takes enormous strength not to be moved. Nothing can give you strength and lead you to complete success in your external activity, like the conscious use of the I Am presence. Be unwavering against anything that tries to dissuade you, against indifference. I know what I am doing and I do it. My I Am guides and strengthens me. Sometimes you will have to say very strong things to cut interference, but do not let it dominate you. The use of the presence prevents anything unbalanced from developing, for I Am is perfect balance. It is power, it is intelligence, it is love that governs all perfection. Its mere mention and activity impose balance. The order I Am is the activity of what already exists, compelling it to appear outwardly. There are several individuals who, if they used Jesus' powerful phrase, "I am the resurrection and the life," would undoubtedly raise their physical bodies. One cannot use the words I Am, followed by what one desires, without imparting to them the power to manifest. Jesus willingly came to teach the disciples how he conquered the last enemy. There are two things that hinder a student's progress. The first is when the spouse does not agree with the efforts of their partner. The other is external interference. You have the I am presence that is omniscient, so you must be impervious to any interference, good or bad. One day I will dedicate an entire discussion to the wise management of psychic, astral, lunar, and psychic matters. There is not one person in 10,000 who understands that the awakening of clairvoyance is not spiritual. When one begins to see on the psychic plane, they are simply using a physical sight, but somewhat extended. In the psychic plane, one also receives suggestions that offer a minimum of truth, enough to pique the subject's interest until psychic forces dominate them. This can happen due to fascination with the phenomenon, but simply focusing attention on the I am presence frees it from there and fully anchors it in the spiritual plane and in the I am presence. When people dabble in the psychic plane, they find that everything becomes distorted. No definitive proof of truth is obtained, and this creates confusion in the mind. Entities on the psychic plane begin to prophesy and sometimes praise. That is the first thing they do. They seek to put us under their control. Salvation lies in the fact that no one can oppose a master of light, and anyone working in the I am presence is a messenger of light, of its radiation. Those who oppose it receive a reaction, and the light rejects anything not identical to itself. Always begin by giving your great love and adoration to your own I am presence, then to the luminous entities that can help you, and then affirm your I am in statements such as, I am victory, the presence in everything I desire. I am the presence in every decree I give, fulfilling it now. Nothing shuts the door as quickly as impatience, disturbance, unease of mind, eagerness to see results. No human creation, no ignorance of other minds, even if directed personally, has the power to disturb us. If something of that nature disturbs you, immediately direct your attention to your I am presence and demand to clearly see and know the plan to follow and how you must qualify the circumstances. This channel must always be kept clean and pure. The images of the masters must be considered sacred to the student. Remember the old maxim, know how to use, do, and keep silent. Chapter 22. The student must understand that what is called the psychic plane has nothing to do with spirituality. It is simply a human faculty that can be implemented by those who pay enough attention to it. But it should be noted that one who wishes to enter the psychic plane, consciously or unconsciously, would have been better off not coming into this incarnation. The fascination with psychic phenomena is such that anyone anchoring themselves in the psychic plane does not free themselves in this incarnation, but may require several incarnations to free themselves at all levels of consciousness. There is a fragment of unrecognized truth, for if it were not so, it would not be possible to sustain oneself. You must understand that in all things, in all activity, there is more or less divine energy in action, perhaps misused, but nevertheless, in action. The sincere student will not pay attention to psychic phenomena, appearances or auditory experiences, and must understand that they must traverse directly through the power of their inner will and determination and enter the electronic circle where only truth is expressed. Dear student, as I explain the following, which is necessary, I want you to resolve not to feel any fear in thought and feeling at the psychic level. Act as what is known as sinister force. Sometimes souls who have achieved splendid inner realizations, not understanding the reality of what I am speaking of, have allowed their attention to be drawn to this level because one of the faculties has been prematurely awakened. And because an image of truth has been presented and enough phenomena to keep attention, once attention is fixed, any image of truth disappears. One of the most fascinating attributes of this plane is that of false prophecies, which prompt the individual to make even bolder ones. Occasionally, one of them comes true to hold attention even more firmly. With this, substance is introduced into the brain, making it impossible for the master to intervene to help, as it would involve acting against the subject's free will who has accepted the situation. There are a few cases where the subject has understood the error before it is too late, and in the face of their intense appeal to be released, one of the brothers has been sent for this purpose. Sometimes there is someone who, due to their great purity, traverses this plane without knowing it or coming into contact with it. This individual is truly very fortunate. The forces on this plane work directly on the sensory nature and passions of the individual, as it is easier to reach those whose power to control their passions has been lost. They have become entangled in the psychic floor of thought and feeling, thus opening the doors of their beautiful and wonderful temples of God. Through these open doors, the forces of the psychic floor enter, intensifying their passions to an uncontrollable condition. It would have been preferable for the individual to step on a rattlesnake. Once caught in this psychic sphere, they often remain bound for many incarnations. Why? Because they record in their mental worlds elements from which they cannot free themselves. Therefore, these souls are reborn with the same tendencies. After the second or third birth, they are depraved creatures that can be found everywhere. Sometimes the influence is cunning enough to hide from the outside world for a long time, carrying out its harmful work in secret. And here is the most painful part of this situation, which seems hidden but is not in the higher planes. There are great and beautiful souls who voluntarily descend to this plane to help through their radiations and free humanity. There are male and female volunteers, but most are female. Beautiful souls incarnated in female bodies outwardly marry a male soul entangled in this psychic condition to free them. If an individual reaches the point of marriage in a human union and calls on the inner God, saying that if this marriage is based on passionate desire, may it not come to pass, great pain and torture can thus be avoided. Now the truth of all this, those who through their own efforts or through the instruction they receive come to understand exactly what the great I Am presence means, that is, the true being of each one, if they cling to this truth, can never again be drawn into these mentioned discords, unless it be by their own will, reaching higher planes of activity where they know exactly what they are doing. During wartime, the door to the psychic floor opens more easily, which is why it has been observed that after wars there is a greater manifestation of uncontrolled passions than at any other time. This knowledge should not cause fear in anyone towards the psychic floor. If students realize at any time that they are passing through it, they must immediately appeal to the controlling and ever-victorious Master Presence I Am. They will then instantly find all the strength needed to face appearances and pass through them calmly and without fear. Jesus suggested that this explanation be given to all students as soon as they enter the triple radiation, the one that precisely signifies this action, this practice of the I Am presence of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, or of the triple flame. One of the saddest things I must tell you is that many who try to make horoscopes unconsciously bind themselves to the psychic network. They become sensitive and spokespersons for adverse conditions that exist only in the mentioned plane. This is one of the most lamentable activities, for the being is so unconscious that it has opened itself to a belief that surrounds it to the point that no argument or reasoning will change its convictions. Over the past 20 years, astrology has been used for this purpose more than anything else. Often, the thought or radiation from the psychic plane through astrology says that certain conditions will manifest for the individual and that they cannot be avoided, if not by words, but that they will be felt. This is one of the reasons that caused the cataclysm of Atlantis. The Atlanteans refused to listen to the voice of the wise masters who warned them. I understand, dear student, that if you are interested in horoscopes, you might think I am severe. But that is not the case. My love for you is great enough to tell you the pure truth. If you cannot believe in this, you will have to continue your own path. For you are a being endowed with free will, whom I do not intend to attack, except to tell you that I have the privilege of pointing out the way. Those who forcefully draw their I Am presence will never have to fear the things I have mentioned, for the I Am presence will correct them, keep them firm on the path of truth and light, climbing the golden ladder with defined and precise steps until they achieve their total and perfect mastery. I assure you, dear one, that my heart bleeds for those who are enslaved to astrology, for they are so blind to the thorny path. They think that when the agony of these wounds becomes unbearable, it is then that they will cry out to the heavens and implore with all their being, "O God, teach me the true path. Dear student who ardently seeks the light, you must know that there is only one presence that is your invincible protection, and that is the great I Am presence, God within you. Do not let your attention be distracted by these external manifestations, astrology, numerology, spiritualism, or anything else that would divert your attention from the great I Am presence, which is your true nature. If you turn to it at all times, it will guide you on the path of light with the tranquility that will enable you to enter the great silence, into the peace that surpasses all understanding, where you will find the greatest activity of God, the I Am presence. My beloved, one cannot serve two masters at once and win victories. Since you have free will, you must choose. If you choose the external while forgetting the invisible I Am presence, then while my love continues to envelop you in its great cloak of protection, we must wait for you to choose to return to the one God yourself. If you choose your I Am presence and abide in it, your struggles will soon end. You will find yourself circulating in this sphere of peace, harmony, and perfection, from where you will observe the external world with great compassion, but never with human pity that stifles your own growth. This reminds us of the ancient adage, "Seek first the kingdom of heaven, and all else will be added unto you." This kingdom of heaven is the great I Am presence, your only reality that is the owner and dispenser of all created and manifested things. It is not strange, dear disciple, that one can wander for so long in discord and limitation, while the master presence of light, the I Am presence, walks beside us, waiting for us to turn to it and receive its radiant and glorious blessings of perfection in all our external manifestations. That is your privilege. Even though I regret that some do not yet feel the real importance of their I Am presence and still seek external things, I continue to hope and envelop them in my love, for they have free will. I may be a bit old-fashioned, but when I see individuals so good and upright, I wish to keep them in my arms until they feel the I Am presence within them. But that is not permitted to me, for I know full well that anyone who feels the desire to cling to the external must do so until that desire fades away. Students must understand that they cannot divide their attention between the external and the I Am presence, for that is a house divided against itself, and it must fall sooner or later. All greatness depends on the I Am presence. In it resides all the strength, courage, and power to govern form. If these blessed souls could only realize the great privilege that is within their reach, they would soon be freed from all limitation. The truth of this discourse is as follows. When students inquire if they are permitted to attend these communications, they have the right to know what it entails. It is very unusual, you must know. As long as the student does not know that the only God lives within them, that it has always been and will always be perfect, their mind and body are in a state of imbalance. The atomic structure is a mechanical instrument whose countless parts must function in harmony and perfect cooperation with each other. Students do not understand that to accomplish a specific work, there must be a defined preparation. The necessary adjustment of the student's body and brain takes weeks, months, or years, according to individual needs. Never in the history of student preparation have they been allowed to enter the inner electronic circle of the master. Students learn application, but they never approach the master's electronic circle. It took 30 years to prepare the electronic circle for this dictation work. No matter how beautiful the radiation and love of the individual, we do not have the time to prepare them and adjust the atomic structure of the student's brain and body during this period of global crisis. However, with their sincere determination and the use of the I Am presence, they are preparing for the presence of the ascending legion. For example, suppose a person is naturally gifted for public lectures. If the ascended masters are going to attend it, the speaker is prepared 20 minutes to half an hour before, enclosed in a tube of light into which nothing penetrates except the radiation of the inspiring master. Chapter 23. Easter Preparation by the Ascended Master Jesus. When I acted in Judea, I spoke with the authority of the I Am presence, recognizing it as the only acting or potential power and intelligence. I was aware of external activity in the minds of humanity around me, but as I have already told you, it was only when I began to use the affirmation, "I am the resurrection and the life," that the fullness of my mission was revealed to me, along with how to accomplish it. Within you resides this same I Am presence that I used to perfect what seemed to be miracles for humanity at that time. Here is the point I want to emphasize in you today. I assure you that I only applied the cosmic laws that always surround you and await activation by your conscious direction. The mistake students make that delays their progress is the feeling that they are representing a falsehood by declaring a perfection they do not yet see manifested in their appearance or activity. I tell you sincerely from my own experience that we must recognize the only presence, intelligence, and power, and then appropriate it by claiming it as our own in every thought and activity. This is the only way for this great perfection to be fully incorporated into our use and even into our external appearance. The fact that this perfection has apparently not manifested should not prevent you from applying it and claiming it as your own. For anyone with average intelligence can understand that this energy and life principle they are using is God, the great I Am presence. Therefore, this presence, its power, and its energy are always self-sustaining. By claiming this great presence and its activity, you consciously bring it into your life, your home, your world, and your affairs, today as in the time of my ministry. Economic struggle seems to be the heaviest burden, and yet there, within reach of your conscious direction and your great energy, substance, and opulence surround you, providing everything you need to attract this wonderful ever-present opulence of God. When you say I Am, you set into motion that which fulfills your conscious commands. One of the first things that became clear to me in my consciousness was my natural power, and that of everyone, to qualify energy, to consciously direct it to produce everything necessary. All of this must be claimed and commanded with determined and conscious effort that knows that in this conscious order resides the I Am presence speaking and acting. Therefore, it has all power and authority to clothe the order with what it commands. Being conscious of being the I Am presence always in action, you can know that from the moment of recognition, you are an invincible magnet, attracting every activity in the universe to carry out the order. The only reason this may not seem true is that somewhere in your consciousness there is a sense of uncertainty regarding your ability, authority, or the power of action of the presence. However, I guarantee you that it is a pleasure to reveal to you these simple yet powerful laws in their activity, which will give you dominion and freedom over all these things that seem to be mountains of obstacles in your path. As you continue to accept and use these laws, you will find that you dominate over the four elements: earth, air, fire, and water. When you are aware of the flame of your divinity, you operate from the highest of these four elements, fire, which is the true activity of the mind, just as conscious activity is compared to the unconscious. Thus, the conscious use of the flame is in relation to the knowledge of light. The natural element of your soul is the flame. When it is made conscious, possessed, and usable, directing the consuming flame means entering into great power. When one becomes aware of mastery over the four elements, one only needs to use this awareness to gain mastery over the ray, control the storm, command the waters, and walk through fire without suffering harm. How could you use something before recognizing it, and without knowing that you have the ability to do so? Through the practice of its use, one becomes absolutely invincible in its direction. I want to emphatically clarify that these laws I am imparting to you are exactly those that I know and that all who attain the ascended state must use. It is simply a matter of usage. Once you know these laws and the I Am presence, which is you, possesses all intelligence, all power, and all authority to consciously direct energy through the activity of your mind, then do not hesitate to use it to heal, prosper, bless, and enlighten your fellow beings. Erase from your mind forever any possibility of selfishness in your conscious recognition that the I Am presence directs or guides you. No matter what you need for your success, if it makes you more adept and gives you more power to bless, then do you not see that there can be no selfishness in the desire to acquire more skill and perfection? And the idea that one must wait for another to progress to help us is a great error. Certainly no one can grow for another, but one can intensely aid in recognition by stating with force, I am the only presence acting within this individual. This can be followed by any condition the person seems to need. The first duty of every individual is to love and worship the one and magnificent I Am presence that is present everywhere. Do you not see the joyful privilege there is in loving your enemy by saying, I am the only presence and activity acting there? Because if the ignorance of their outer mind has created disorder, pain, and limitation, and you know that this creation has no inherent power, only the false belief of the individual supporting it. Therefore, it has no self-sustaining power. If you have had the misfortune to create disorder, limitation, and disharmony, do you not see that you alone, through the power of the I Am presence, the consuming flame, by consciously invoking the law of forgiveness, can consume through this vital flame, which is yourself, everything you have wrongly created in your world? This should clarify for you how you can cleanse your world of disorder and erroneous creations. You, in the form of the sun, the light of eternal life, youth, beauty, and opulence, holding in your hand for immediate use the scepter of power of the I Am presence, which is yourself. When you wish to speak authoritatively silently to another being, say their name, and you will find that the help, the energy you send, will be much more readily received. It is like attracting the attention of someone you wish to speak to, then conveying the message. That is how to send energy. Therefore, speak to someone on the other side of the earth as if they were in the same room as you. But if one claims to use this knowledge to harm another, they will find that the electronic bolt will pass through their own body with the intention they sent. Do not hesitate, dear child, to use this center of power and domination to heal, bless, prosper, and enlighten, and you will see all human things rush to fulfill your slightest commands. Chapter 24. As the consciousness of the students rises to the activity of the fire element, everything within them begins to act with an intensity they do not understand. The more they work in this fire element, the more necessary it will be to remain vigilant and alert. The training we are trying to give you to bless, protect, and enlighten the students is to train yourself to remain on guard at all times. And while everyone knows to understand and strive to use the I Am presence to maintain self-control, one must learn to remain calm if something unexpected happens. Use this affirmation frequently. I am the presence on guard. If something unexpected happens, simply say, we resign from that and continue in this joyful happiness. Try not to feel, but know that I am the mighty presence governing everyone's activity. Wherever there is a center of light of the intensity of this focus, the element will always try to enter through someone. If you work at home, continue to use I Am the proof against any sudden disturbance. This builds an armor that will keep the atmosphere harmonious. Often use I Am the presence that nothing can disturb. Always maintain a calm and joyful attitude no matter what happens. To someone you wish to help, and look together through the I Am presence, I give you the power to control that. The great love and harmony in the hearts of the students, maintained for a sufficient time, make almost anything possible. Feel the great wave of peace and joy that has come like a breeze on a spring morning. I will explain to you so that you see how unlimited and wonderful this loving care is. The great master contacted by Jesus, who helped him to achieve victory, is the same as my master, and it is his discourse that has come to us now. He wishes me to tell you that, as you progress on the path of light, you will find that the easiest way to overcome a disadvantage is to turn your back on it and forget about it. You will later have the name of this master for private activities, but it is not correct, and then quickly move on. This eliminates the trouble that grows as we approach the light. We are one big family, knowing that there is only one great I Am presence everywhere. You are the individualization of that. Therefore, there can only be one big family, the children of the only God. First of all, you must understand this well. If a precious individual is very critical, say with definite certainty that there is no one who wishes to interfere with your free will. Sincere questions do not bother us, but we do not tolerate criticism or discussions. The messenger must refuse to accept discordant things emanating from the love element so that they are consumed. The messenger must be strengthened, for otherwise the work will remain unfinished. No class or messenger task can be sustained if the messenger allows any argument or discordant feeling to be generated. It is very difficult for the ordinary individual to understand that the easiest way to prevent any trouble is to stop discussing the point. The only thing worthy of attention is what is in your aura. What is recorded in your atmosphere can only come out through your feelings, spoken word, unless it carries a connotation of condemnation or anger behind it. It will not engrave disharmony into your internal atmosphere. Undesirable conditions will follow if one explodes and evacuates the thing from the mind rather than holding back the resentment or grudge of having been hurt, because that is what is recorded in your internal atmosphere. From my point of view, I see what is recorded in your feelings and therefore in your internal atmosphere. You know how a wasp's nest is formed. Well, let me tell you that in your mental world, exactly the same thing happens as when a wasp's nest manifests in the physical world. It is very important that you do something not to nurture feelings against people, places, things, or conditions, as these accumulate and engrave themselves into your internal atmosphere. If you have a thought like, "I wish so-and-so would do such and such," immediately transmute it and say only, "God in action is here." When a feeling is recorded in your atmosphere, it stays there until it is dissolved. It is always the feeling that creates the internal recording. It is of no use to consume something if you do not break the habit of creating the cause. This can easily be considered by saying, "I am the governor here." Do not let your thoughts run unrestrained. Often individuals are associated or gathered for the sole purpose of forcing them to correct these subtle activities most people do not pay attention to. This is simply about quieting the outside so that the truth is received. This is vital in self-correction of the individual. As you elevate your consciousness, energy awaits expression like an avalanche. And if the energy is not controlled, it will rush forth rapidly and make you do things you would never have done for anything in the world. All the energy given to you for your use is intended to be harmoniously released into the external world. Such is the principle of your nature, the natural law. If you do not understand that you must govern the energy flowing through you, this energy will be charged with discord and must be transmuted immediately by requalifying it with love. In my experience, if I have encountered a discordant element, I simply say, "I close my door, you stay outside." The universal energy flowing through you has a harmonious nature. Close the door and reflect on what matters. Humanity resists people, places, conditions, and things because it has not perfected itself. Students must maintain this self-governed harmony within them for long enough for momentum to build, which would become the permanent guardian. If you maintain harmony within yourself, I tell you that you will attract all positive things to yourself. The indicator that never fails is that as soon as you express any sort of discord, you must realize that you alone are to blame. You don't need to write it down to remember it. The moment there is something discordant, the indicator signals us to be alert and to work on ourselves. Each individual is their own guardian and indicator at all times. There is only one power in the world that can correct all things, and that is the I Am presence within each one. If we refuse to recognize that we are the creators of our difficulties, how could we then correct them or free ourselves from them? There is no one, no place, no thing or condition that guarantees we will never be disturbed with our I Am presence, always present, beating in our hearts at every moment. If one corrects these discordant feelings, they let the great I Am presence flood their world with all perfection. If the individual does not correct themselves, how can they achieve eternal victory? The I Am presence is all the power of the universe to effect this correction. Let the I Am presence flow until it washes everything and makes everything clean. When your attention is firmly fixed on the I Am presence that you are, it's like your body is a very fine sponge through which this pure energy pours and cleanses all imperfection. If we stop discord, the current of the I Am presence automatically washes away all impurities. Therefore, you have unlimited power in your hands to intensify the right orders. From a scientific point of view, knowing that the cells of the body are renewed in less than a year, if discord were cut for the same period, the mind and form would express eternal youth and perfection. Is it through a false sense of pride or something similar that humanity does not want to face the truth that the cause is within itself? The habit of blaming others for what happens to us blinds us to see the truth and prevents self-correction. A wonderful illustration of this manifests in beautiful childhood. Until the child is old enough to begin accumulating discord, their body is beautiful and expresses perfection. This form of perfection will always be maintained if the discord of the external world does not enter the child's consciousness. What facts will tell you, and what about the child born sick and disturbed? In most cases, these conditions are brought by the previous incarnation, or in rare cases, when there is very intense discord between parents, it can be strong enough to register with the child. But you will notice that in such cases, as the child grows and develops, the trouble manifests less and less. This is absolute proof that discord was not its own creation, but was imposed upon it by its parents, because its soul was strong enough to rise above it. At this particular stage, one must understand the amazing conditions of management that surround individuals. For example, take the environment and the association of individuals who have the habit of walking together in this friendly association, each one being susceptible to the suggestions of the other. If these are discordant, the associations will eventually break up by a great quarrel. Yet, most individuals who move in the outside world do not realize they are influenced, whether by association, environment, or conditions exposed to them. The right attitude of the student who knows the I Am presence is to immediately adopt the firm position that I am invincibly protected against any imperfect management. Thus, one can build around oneself an atmosphere that will repel all suggestions trying to introduce themselves from a destructive element. I think it is necessary to recall the old books that said, "If you did not succeed the first time, try again." There is no way to achieve victory and dominate limitation except by striving until you achieve it. If you doubt your accomplishment, you will delay your victory. Meanwhile, students who truly begin to understand that the recognition and use of their I Am presence have universal power at their disposal will know that it is impossible for it to fail in its application. The more you use it, the more its sustaining power will increase. Every time you feel a manifestation of the Christ I praise you and accept the light of your presence, the activity of the I Am is complete. Always adopt this attitude, then close the door to any discordant and undesirable creation of what you have already gone through. Always remember that you are the master of what comes into your world of thoughts, and unless you realize that you are the master, you will be susceptible to all kinds of thoughts and feelings. If we pay attention to a condition of trouble, we give power to something that is not the I Am presence. Chapter 25. Christmas Day. This day, as a representation of the birth of Christ activity in human beings, always seems beautiful to us for the consciousness it conveys to humanity and to students who have realized what the use of the I Am presence means to them. By setting in motion the love and intelligence at their disposal, according to the use they want to make of this unlimited power, you have wondered, like many others, how to attain critical awareness. The first powerful step lies in the recognition of the great I Am presence, the living God within you. The second step lies in the use of the I Am presence, for when you say I am, understanding what it means, you then enter critical awareness. This does not mean that you will immediately express the fullness of Christ consciousness, for first, you must know where you are going and what you want to do before it is realized. All those who have ascended have followed the same path and used exactly the same application, for all paths lead to the great central sun, to divinity. Our beloved brother Jesus achieved one of the greatest blessings for humanity, not only by giving us the example of his birth and achieving ascension, but also by leaving the eternal record that remains radiant by giving himself to humanity. Those who have gone before us do not fully understand what this means for humanity, an eternal beacon that guides us to the light, and with the example of ascension, Jesus has definitively established not only what can be done, but also what will eventually be done. The wonders he accomplished were great, yet he made the wonderful promise that greater things than these you can still achieve. Many times, students wonder what greater thing than those accomplished by Jesus can be achieved, but he tells us that he only did a few of the many universal services that can be rendered to our fellow human beings. For us, this day always symbolizes the conscious beginning of the most wonderful of all achievements, ascension. At the moment the individual becomes aware of this truth, the process of their own ascension has begun, and it will take more or less time depending on the completeness of their training in this truth. My own experience has been that when I realized what it meant and began to use the I am presence, I found after a short time that I was outside of time and space, and each passing day, as I penetrated further into this expansion of consciousness, I realized that all the things I desired were within my reach, not only within reach, but just within my individual power. With this came the awareness that divine love is the powerful cohesive force that holds all things together and in their place. This divine love within me, which I had begun to learn, made me become an invincible magnet, attracting everything I could desire. This simple yet powerful truth is one of the first to come to the student, truly making them understand that they can truly rise above all the apparent limitations that surround us. Then they realize that one by one they have actually disappeared. Then comes the major impetus and the abundance of this powerful inner entity that contains the substance of everything the heart can desire within its own embrace. Note well that your ability and authority to qualify and shape this substance are what make it take the form of what you need, whether it be peace, love, gold, or enlightenment. I tell you, dear student, awaken to your authority, to your right, to your conscious ability to apply this great law to your perfect health, eternal youth and beauty, to God's riches, to the glorification of your spirit and body. After rising to this high domain towards your eternal freedom, after starting to notice step by step that you are achieving it, you will forget all those external conditions that arise around you, and you will enjoy the glorious feeling of being enveloped in the embrace of the mighty presence, an inner master above time and space. You are the master, and you have control over your life and your world as soon as you recognize that this energy, this power, and this intelligence you are using are the mighty presence I am. Happy are these individualizations on earth when you grasp the true scope of this truth. Jesus said, "Know the truth and it will set you free." This is one of the most powerful principles of this truth. Apply it, dear son, with all determination, excluding any doubt from your mind, and you will firmly ascend this ladder to a magnificent realization. When you turn around and contemplate each step of this ladder gained, the more it will shine with that dazzling brightness. Then you will wonder how you could have stayed in the dark for so long when the mighty flame of life was above you, ready to instantly consume all your unhappy and ignorant creation. I tell you, my beloved, you do not have to wait indefinitely being aware of this powerful presence. Embrace it with all the adoration you can muster, and it will quickly lift you above all apparent limitations, clothing you in that unsuspected crystal garment with that brilliant light, and supported by a belt of precious stones that you have the right to wear. And in your hand, this magnificent scepter of domination, the reflector of your powerful soul that you can direct towards anything, place, or habit, and attract to yourself the revelation of its interior. This is the square of realization that we have used and achieved. We know that this is what you can do, for we have done it. Never tire of the consciousness that I am the ascended presence, and when you say that, know that it is the self-sustaining force emanating through which I can achieve total domination. It makes me very happy to be back home once again, for the joy of your heart in seeing all the rungs of the staircase that you have left behind, and because you already have the conscious awareness of the place you can reach, the greatest of all of God's gifts, its fullness.